Oh, sorry. Start button and then thought, oh damn, I don't have a drink. Hello. Jeremy, it is shocking how hard it is to find a bee on this map without having access to tools to find or highlight them. Yeah, so I've just before I started up, I've been in single player with a tech helmet on, trying to find specific, like, we know which trees. There's a spawn map on various websites that show like the top down view, so we have coordinates, but they don't show the height. So I've been in single player with a tech helmet having a look around. Some of them are inside the tree, so inaccessible, or rather not visible. There was a couple I could still like collect honey from them, but I couldn't break the hive, and I couldn't see it without the tech helmet to highlight it. But I've got some waypoints put down. Hopefully at the right heights. This one didn't seem to want to go to the right height. Kept putting it sort of in the sky or on the floor. But these are all the ones I found in single player so far. So we're going to try and see if we can find some on the server today. Maybe they'll be in the same place, you know. Maybe we'll get lucky. Some food. I have. I've done a little bit of subpar, very low effort building. Because we still don't have any water tames, and the reason I don't really have any water tames is because I had nowhere to breed them safely. Living in the middle of the ocean, we obviously have feral megs everywhere. In fact, there's one now. So I really needed a safe place for them. So I'll spend a bit of time. It's ugly, but it should hopefully do the job. Only reason to have multiple doors is so that so to use less structures. But there we go. I've got multiple doors there. We've got one at the bottom. It's not huge, and to be honest, I made it out of an upside down ocean platform. I'm not sure why. Not sure why I did that. I should have just put it the right way up and had it go down, and then if I need more room I can build down. Now if I need more room I have to go up, which is going to take me to the surface. So honestly this was a foolish plan. I don't know why. I wanted to not have the legs visible, but it's achieved nothing, basically. It was a whole bunch of extra effort for zero gain. But I've got some eggs now, so throw those out. I've got a Ziff, and I've got two... Alright, terminal, yes, terminal will auto-collect. Got the Ziffs and two Tide Pups. Oh, we have a good stat combined on the Meg. 50-48, that's what I wanted. That tiny little bit of damage, that's why I can hear combat music. They're attacking my gas bags at the surface. So I don't want to be in here too long. Get up the baby Meg. What else we got? Ziffs. 44 stam, 47 damage. 36 health. Is that my best? Is that my best for the Ziffs? So look, they weren't amazing levels, these guys. 36, 36, 36, 47. Yeah, right, that's fine then. So I'll get the Ziffs out. What do you mean creature can't fit? Oh, I was trying to throw out the horse. That doesn't help. So we'll get the Ziffs out. Go. Do some breeding there. Let me go get my gas bags before it gets munched too much. Look at these. Oh, I see what they're doing. They're trying to nudge it closer to the boat so that they can They can damage the boat while they hit the gas bags. I see your game. Yeah, finally got some water breeding going on. So that should help a bit. And I can start working my way towards things like Moda, because, yeah. It's week 4, and I haven't managed to breed anything in the water yet. I'm also, the first time I've left my browser open so that I can see my live replay, and oh my god, it is so far behind. No wonder. Like, it was... I had already landed on the platform and my replay was still showing me in the water. That's... I mean, it's still showing me in the water pen. That's crazy how far behind YouTube gets. Wow. Okay, yeah, today we're going for a bee. So, I've got my bug repellent, I've got my ghillie, I've got some structures. I will bring a burrow buck, so that if I do need any extra kit, I can come back and forth really quickly. Wait, where is my burrow buck? Oh, you're still there. I thought you were a cryo. Yeah, so we'll bring a few things. I've got the rare flowers. We're going straight for a bee. I think it's going to be a long search. Is there anything else that would help? Anything else that would help with a bee? Hello, Gong. How you doing today, mate? I just had a thought earlier on while I was looking around as a single player. I thought, you know, it's kind of rude of me. You've been here this whole time and I've not once sort of given you a little shout out. It's Adventures of Gong here is also on the server with us. There's another one of the creators involved in this season of Monarchy. Also another one of the participants in the naval battle. Although I don't think I actually ended up running into you at any point during that battle. I think we were always sort of on opposite sides of the of the chaos. I think you might be one of the few people I never actually ended up firing at. But yeah, they're also on the server. In fact, I don't think I've run into you out in the world yet. Probably just on at different times. Yes. So go give some love. All the creators are listed in the description if anyone wants to check out a different creator. They're all down in the description. And I think I think this could be very awkward if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you're one of the only ones making videos as opposed to a stream. So if anyone's looking for a bit more short form content, then that's your place to go. You hide a lot. I know I have come across your base once because I remember at the time sort of saying, I've never seen you, but I can't remember where your base was. I've put some explants up as well to try and deal with all of these constant megalodons. They are set to wilds, high range wilds. Yeah, hopefully they'll deal with it a bit. Fingers crossed. Right, B. Might regret it, but I'm going to teleport to the centre.
Time to teleport.
Yeah, I know you went out fairly early on in the fight. I think you were probably just getting extremely stuck in. There was a few times early where I thought, you know what? I feel like I'm on the edge too much. I'm being too safe. I need to get in. And as soon as I sailed through the middle, you know, cannons blazing, and came out 20% lower health, it was, oh dear, that was bad. That was a mistake.
Coordinates confirmed. Teleport complete.
I tried to make sure I wasn't, you know, the guy lurking on the edge of the fight. I hate it when people do that. In a free-for-all, you know, but... Yeah, I didn't want to be too aggressive. So, I think you were much more so than I was. Right, bees. Bees, bees, and more bees. Let's say these markers should be at the right height. They're not the only places that bees can spawn, but they are the ones that I've found in single player. And there is a limit to how many markers you can have. So let's give this a go. So it wasn't really a strat. There was nothing deliberate about it. It was just, you know, that let's not get too close, take too much damage without sort of any benefit. I've used the ships a fair bit, so I thought I've probably got a bit more used to the aim, although the lag really made it tough. But yeah, I thought if I'm a bit more used to the aim than everyone else, maybe I can keep a bit more range. I didn't really want to be right in the thick of it. Right, one thing I've found while searching a single player, mostly they are above branches, but there are a couple that aren't. So I want to be checking the entire tree, not just above the branches. It is mostly above them though. And they can be quite high up, mostly a bit lower down, as you can see. Although some of these, like that marker there, is clearly wrong. Waypoints are a bit funny. If you do it by clicking on the map, it normally just places it at the height of the mesh, like where you've clicked. If you do it by opening the menu and clicking add, it generally does it at the height you are. But I had some that, yeah, like that one clearly put itself in the skybox a bit. So this could be a bit awkward. True, it's not raining. Didn't even notice that. I kind of assumed it never stopped. How you doing today, Kitsune? I don't think I'm going to be finding one on this tree. Bloodstalker can highlight the nests for you, by the way. They do show up in a nice bright red, but they also only show up from quite close range. Which, you know, not helpful. And unlike the tech helmet scans, they won't show up through the mesh. So, like, if it's on the other side of a tree, you won't get any highlight for it. Okay, there's the rain. Now it's raining. Right, where'd Monty go? Cough is your worst symptom, you can live with that. It depends on the cough, though. If it's, you know, a really, really rough one, it makes your throat a bit scratchy, and then every time you cough, it just aggravates the scratching further. Hate that. Monty! Let's get a tracker on you, shall we? How many things can I track at once? No, it's down there. Clearly under attack. Judging by the combat music. I don't know. Oh, come on. I know it wasn't you that zapped me, but grumble, grumble. Now I'm really far away from Monty again. That's a 135 Bloodstalker. A 45. Ooh. Well, I have no blood packs, so we're not getting the 135. Plus, I can't use a Bloodstalker anyway. I'm awful with them. Absolutely terrible. That was a bit more fall damage than I wanted. So, avoiding that tree. Now, avoiding the lower part of that tree, the bit that's got 2 Bloodstalkers on it at least. Go drain Jim. It might be online, you know. Well, this, I think, is the tree that I was in yesterday. The one where I found a bee then, so... yeah, I've got at least one location. No, wait, that's the wrong one. This is the right tree. Whoops. Wrong, yeah, the markers are at the wrong heights. I tried to put them the height I was at, but it hasn't worked. But there was a few spots, they were all roughly the same height and on different sides of the tree, so... doesn't look like it. Oh, come on! It's the fact that they're sending me halfway across the map. Like, please! No wonder Monty's not following me, I'm so far away. You know, it pulls you out of render. And then that's it, they won't follow you anymore because they're not loaded in. I think I'd rather get reeled in fully so that I could, you know, I can fight my way free where I am. I know it's the type up that's cleansing it though. Of course, if I put the type up away, I will immediately get grabbed by one and killed. But yeah, if they would pull me up, that's fine. Because then I can just parachute, problem solved. But they're pulling me side to side. There's one. There's 2. 45. That's 10. Oh, I see another one. There goes Monty. Okay. Shall we try and shoot these down? Unfortunately, there's not a lot to aim for on them, is there? It's mostly legs. I might regret that. Might regret that. We'll see. Because it's going to be aggro now and probably come my way. I'm here, Monty. I'm here. Don't worry. Right. So yeah, there's a couple of them are like really far out from the main forest. Should be Bloodstalker free territory. I didn't realise all these smaller trees could have beasts, to be honest. But these were the first places I found them in single player, so... I had loads in single player, like... You know, sort of sometimes 2 or 3 on the same tree. Again, I think this marker's the wrong height. This is going to be really awkward if all my markers are placed wrong. Should mean it's around that branch if that was the right. Yeah, straight down from that. But you can't do precise increments when you're doing it. Like you're trying to do it manually along the bar. It's really awkward. So I'm not sure any of my markers are actually going to help in the end. Let's have a look. A bit higher. Come on, Monty. Up we go. We'll stop in photo mode. I think this was a tree with 3 on it. So... maybe there's a chance? Can definitely be really hard to spot though, even if they exist, you know, which is kind of rare on this server. I'm gonna say this tree's a no. Random tree moss chops though. Yeah, this one's looking a bit empty. So we'll move on to the other outliers over there. You know, these are things I've never tried. I know you can use rare flowers to lure them. I know you can use rare flowers on it. But even that wasn't working yesterday. Oh, someone's been trying to do a bit of bee taming, it looks like. I wonder if they were successful. Yeah, so it shows that not all the hives are around the branches. A lot of them were when I found them in single player, but not all. Who is this? That's Vino. Okay, well, I'm gonna perch on Vino's little ledge. Have a quick look around. Yeah, honey does normally work as a lure, and obviously it's a safer lure than using a rare flower, because you're luring it to a spot rather than luring it to yourself. I know rare flowers work on bees because I've done it before. Yesterday it didn't do a single thing, it just, you know, bee just flew up. Because at one point I tried rare flowering on my, while I was flying on the gas bags, and trying to fly past the bee in the hope that it would aggro it and pull it down again. If I could get it to the ground, you know, then I could, or get it back to a branch, maybe I could box it up, de-aggro, come back. It just didn't seem to want to work. The marker I've got for this tree is lower down though, so... it definitely wasn't here. Could have been lower, like down here. Again, these markers have not placed at the right height. I think it's just very awkward. Oh, that was the wrong button. My bad. Events conclude. Dragon Mama is the last one standing. Okay, so we don't know if there's still going to be crashing issues, by the way. There's been lots and lots of testing, but the test server just seems more stable in general, so we don't know. I didn't even realize there was a PvP event going. You know, suddenly very laggy though. Thing's fine. The one thing we do have tested is that when the PvP event ends, it now properly does a save before shutting this, you know, before crashing. If it crashes, it does properly do that. Problem is, of course, if you're not in the PvP event, you have no idea when it's going to end. So if it decides to crash and save while I'm, like, say, flying over lava or something, I'd rather the rollback. A rollback would be much better if I'm in the middle of a really dangerous place. Because the last thing you want is to have to re-log into that spot, you know, already in danger, dismounted, lying on the floor unconscious. So it's kind of a mixed bag, because I mean the rollback could take you to a similar spot, you know, you could be in danger. Okay, not one of my markers has found a bee yet. Chat's not looking good though. It looks like the event didn't work. Oh dear. It's every time we've done testing for the event, it seems that, like, you know, one bug is fixed and another one's appeared. Like, we had one briefly the other day where we couldn't even, like, place our crowns, which is kind of what the whole event's about, so that was a rough one. Yeah, like, I never want to take part, but it's so buggy. It's a real shame, because it's a nice idea. That's a random place for a Pachyrhinosaurus. Out on a tree branch. Hmm. Do you think it knows the way to a bee? Is that why it's up here? So for anyone who doesn't know about the PvP events, the mod that they've had sort of custom made, the idea is up to 6 people go into an arena. It's basically just a part of the world that's like within a big bubble. So those red bubbles we see around, that's what that's for. 6 people, or up to 6 people, go in, and everyone gets given a flag and 3 crowns. Which are on pedestals. You can put the pedestals and the flag wherever you want. You also get a pile of structures, which can be used. It says infinitely, but basically you've got a limit of 50 structures you are allowed to place. So you can, you know, if you want 50 foundations, you can do 50 foundations. If you want 1 foundation and 49 walls, you can do that. Yeah, you place down your pedestals, you place down your flag, and that's round. You build protection for them, build a defense. Phase 2, the sort of barriers between the players go down, and you have to try and steal each other's crowns. If you successfully steal a crown from someone else's pedestal, you have to get it back to your flag. You claim it, and then it's secure. You can't lose it again once it's back to your flag. You've successfully stolen it. If you die, you respawn at your flag on a 15-second cooldown. If you run out of crowns on pedestals, so whether they are dropped on the floor or someone else has claimed them, but if you have no more crowns, you can't respawn. And yeah, basically you just fight until all crowns have been stolen. Or, I don't think it's all crowns have been stolen, but you know, if there's only one person left who's got crowns on their pedestals, then, you know, that's game over. And then it should teleport everyone back to where they were before the event started, put everything they had back in their inventory, and you go back on with what you're doing. That's how it's meant to work. It has been a little problematic. Sometimes you don't seem to get teleported out properly, you know, sometimes it crashes, sometimes it was declaring a winner too early, you know. There was one time we went in and 2 people were classed as being on the same team, so that was an interesting one. But every day where it's being tested and they're trying to sort of squash bugs and fix it up, get it more polished. It's just as with Ark, just as with anything else, it is a lot better to test things with more people. There's only so much testing can be done with 6 people on a private server. You need to test it under sort of under load conditions of having a lot of people on the map. So unfortunately, yeah, this is basically a test season for the mod. It's not ideal, but from a testing perspective, it's the best option they've got. So, but it's the same with games. You know, I don't know how much quality control Wildcard does do, but yeah, they can run through things on their office machines as much as they want, and they won't find every bug. But you put 1 million players on it, they'll find a bug very quickly. "30 to 45 minutes to see if the crash is fixed." Yeah. It didn't crash when the event ended, so that's at least that one seems to be gone. Did cause a bit of lag, I noticed, but it looks like they had a bug of not being teleported out properly instead. Still no sign of a bee though. What's the scoreboard like? Still in second, okay. We needed more participants in the ship fight, then I could have had more crowns. There can be bees on this bit, apparently. I've not seen any. But they can apparently spawn here. Maybe a crash would actually be for the best, you know? Maybe a crash would spawn in some of the bees. Maybe I might actually find some. Because every time the server reboots we get a wipe, so maybe? Okay, is there a way to turn off auto-translation for YouTube? Because it translated what you just wrote to, it says in story, and I don't know what that's meant to mean. I'm assuming that's not what you wrote. Thought I just saw a hive. It's just a funky bit of wood sticking out. There is, by the way, that I could find, there is no mod on the workshop that highlights bees. Or beehives. ASE there was. I remember using a Dino Finder mod in ASE and it would, like the bees were physically in the hives, so if you used a Dino Finder mod, it would just, yeah, it would ping the bee itself. Not the hive, but it would ping the bee inside the hive. ASA doesn't seem to do that, and I couldn't find any mod. When I searched for bee or find or hive or whatever, there was no mods that mentioned finding beehives. A couple of terror birds up here. Could be higher up. Doubt it. Oh. Hello, turtles. You're a long way from the water. How's everyone else doing for bee taming? Has anyone managed it? I know Jeremy at the start said no bees. Has anyone else? Like, have any of you found it? Because I think we've only got 3 tamed on the server so far. Yeah, I tried Dino Finder mod for bees. That was my first thought. Just Dino Finder. I think Extinction though has got some of the bees that just roam around on the ground. I don't think they're all in hives. Because you know the island has got them just roaming around, and Scorched has got them just roaming around. But I tried in single player and I couldn't even search the name bee. You know, it wasn't just that there was 0 spawned. It straight up didn't allow me to search for the word bee. And there's also a list of dinos command you can do in console, which tells you every single creature on the map, and bee wasn't in the list because they're all hives. Hello Orchids and Bones. Awesome Spyglass highlights hives red, and you think Dino Finder can search for queen bees. Tech Helmet highlights them, and the Bloodstalker highlights them, but the Bloodstalker you've got to be quite close, and I'm terrible with the Bloodstalker, so me using it to get around and jump from tree to tree is not going to go very well. I wonder if the Uranio highlights them. I do have one with me. Are you sure? Yeah, I've got the Uranio with me. But I've got to actually, you know, I needed to actually see a hive to test. I can't just point it around and go, no, it doesn't highlight them if I don't know if there's one there. Yeah, tried Queen Bee. I think it's literally an ASA that they don't exist until the hive is broken. Except for obviously the ones that are already roaming. And on this map there doesn't seem to be any roaming ones, so I think we can't like do a dino scan. They count as structures instead. What's the Uranio's range? If I was to throw it out here. So if I was to throw it out here. Yeah. Okay, so we can see that the swarm is highlighted when it gets close. But that had to be really close. Like, this isn't going to be very useful for bee finding, is it? I suppose I could try. Toggle climbing on. Watch me get bloodstalked and my spider die. Alright, I've got to go in first person, haven't I? Ugh. So yeah, let's have a walk around and we'll see if we see red. It should highlight hives. It seems to work the same as the Bloodstalker vision. But given the shape of the tree, by the time I see one... Ah, Monty's falling down. Yeah, by the time I see red, I'm going to be right in front of it anyway, so... This seems a bit pointless. I was thinking maybe it would highlight ones that are inside the tree, you know, the busted ones, but I guess not. I'm coming, Monty. Well then, this has not gone very well, has it? I do have one more tree, which... No, this one coincidentally, where I found a beehive meshed. It's not the only one, but it's the only one I marked. I'm wondering... Move? No. What? What the hell is going on here? Why when I jump do I... Hey? What on earth is that? Just jump on my gas bags, I launch forward. Yeah, so on single player there's a beehive here and I can grab it through the tree. It's really weird. They had a wipe about 2 hours ago, so I would have expected them to have respawned. Certainly. How many days can we search for a bee before we find another one, do you think? There we go. Couldn't move. Really need this. Is that like that song, How Many Roads Must a Man Walk Down? Oh no, how many trees must a man search before he can find him a bee? Too many! Far too many. Blowing in the Wind, that's the song. Do we need to tame a bee before we can call ourselves a man? Is that it? Is that what you're saying? Son of a... Oh, that broke my parachute. I should have brought my glider, actually. That would have been helpful for Bloodstalker situations, wouldn't it? Get across that tree. Why do I feel like I'm about to get bloodstalked again? Straight up in the air. Hello, Monty. What are you doing here? Where was the one that just got me? Oh, I see it. I see it. I don't know how I couldn't see it a second ago, but it's there. Oh dear. So gutted that we didn't manage to get that one yesterday, because we found that relatively quickly. It just, yeah. It turns out finding it is not the whole battle. So we better make sure we get this one, if we ever find it. I reckon if we got like 10 people out here and each person just took a tree and scoured that tree, do you think we could find one? Everyone pick a tree and just search it, like, really hard. Every inch. Really methodically. Or do you reckon they just don't exist? I even tried opening the map in the dev kit to see if I could get precise locations for them, and I just couldn't. It wouldn't even open. It kept crashing the dev kit every time I tried. Might be something more with my PC though, to be fair. It was maxing out the CPU. I've managed to open some maps, like I've managed to open the island Scorched and Aberration before, but I could not get Genesis to open. Hello Jim, yes I'm doing this again. Hello Lucy, yes they only spawn at the bog. Nice, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'll just double check there's none in the ocean now that we've got all these islands, but I don't think there is. No, no, it's just the bog. Ugh. It's only the bog. It's no wonder that only 3 people have got these so far. Found a 145 Ferox. Was it any good? Because the 145 item was awful. In fact, weirdly, so far, most of the time when I play Ark, it's 150s are the ones that come out terrible and 145s are the ones that do well. This season, all my 145s have been really bad. I've been sort of getting better stats out of like the 130s and stuff. Alright, let's try going... Where? Let's try... like around the edges a bit. So it's weird how many I've been able to find in single player, but not here. They can spawn around there. Let's try going over there. I've not checked that at all. I'm still surprised that there's no roaming bees, though, considering all the other maps have got them. Aspect, why do you refuse to lift off? There has to be a B somewhere. There can't just be 0. Did I fix my sleep? Ish. Like, it's not exactly how I want to be at the moment. I'm sort of falling asleep about 12:30, 1 a.m. and waking up at about 6:30, something around there. It's far from ideal. I would like a bit more sleep each night, and you know, maybe not waking up superly early. But it's at least being consistent, which is a miracle in itself. So, you know, I suppose I'll take what I can get. You can have the rest of my sleep disaster if you want. You know, I'm not attached to it. Absolutely fine. Perfectly happy for anyone else to try it out. I thought I saw one for a second, but it's just a weird lump on the tree trunk. You sure? You sure you don't want it? You don't have to pay anything, you know, it's free. How many deaths, Jim? That's the important question. Does the face cam make you die more or less? Choppy and laggy there. -5 out of 5 stars, would not try again. How do you think I feel? It's an important question, Jim. We all look to you for death counts, you know? You know all the ways to die in Ark. Won't change anything. Ugh. I can only check so many trees. Oh dear. Well, what do we do instead of bee taming then? Because I can't do this forever. And we can't tame if we can't find. Check this tree. This is the that I found a meshed bee in. It's not meshed here, it's just meshed in single player, but we have been to check if there was a meshed one. Come on bees, please! Oh, was that a hive? No! I literally just thought I saw a hive, and then that bastard, which just...
What did I tell you about being careful?
Did I just take out my parachute as well? Because I popped a parachute after it grabbed me, and then I knocked it down, and did it break the parachute afterwards? Did it like grab me a second time? Also, why is my YouTube preview now suddenly 2 minutes behind? And I can't blame it on ads. It's not pausing it for ads for me because the preview window of my stream doesn't have ads. So why is it 2 minutes behind? Well then, I'll spawn ocean random. It could be the curse of Jim. And we will teleport to Bog South.
Preparing to teleport.
You sodding Bloodstalkers. I mean, I still had one parachute left, and I accidentally pressed 6 instead of 7. Got out the cryo gun instead of the parachute. But yeah, I think it actually removed my second parachute. Sorry, my first parachute.
Now.
With its second grab.
Coordinates confirmed. Teleport complete.
Oh, I've got a fair way to run. But at least it looks like I died on the ground. Oh, this is the 50-50 spot. So we've got that's Fire Pumpkin's ruse. Raz's gas bags. Dragonheart's Theory in there. Dragonheart's Theories again. Dragonheart's Tech Rex. And another Theory. Damn, they've been reading a lot of Theories. More ruse from Fire Pumpkin. What have we got? Uties. Damn, half of Dragonheart's stuff is here. Stegos and Uties as well. Another Tech Rex. Someone's got Serato. We've got more ruse. This is all just Dragonheart stuff. Well then. Can maybe put a few of these in plant pots, get some light around the base. Don't stalk me again. I would like to get another frog. I need to get a breeding pair set up for them, so at some point today I still need to do that. Oh, got acro right there. I didn't really have many plans for today other than trying to get a bee, but there's only so much time I can scan trees before, you know, I go a bit crazy and need to break it up. Hello, Jolty Jolt. I do. Could look for a frog. That will break it up without having to leave the biome. I could look for another. Oh damn! Do you think that water's deep enough to jump in? Yeah, I could look for another basilisk. So we got the eggs, but never tamed one yesterday. So, would you mind not meshing inside my gas bags? That's right, yeah, you go down there and you think about what you've been doing. Yeah, the basilisk taming didn't go amazing. I mean, we got one. It just seems that the shoulder pet strat no longer works. Or if it does work, it didn't work for me. Disgusting. I see. I see it. Oh, I didn't see that one though. No, I'm out of parachutes. It turns out I did use it. Just must have been right before I hit the ground. How many Bloodstalkers are in that tree? Yeah, because I definitely had one when I was falling last time. I must have used it just before I hit the ground and consumed it, but not, like, gained anything from it. Oh, damn it. I just spent all that time running back.
Teleport ready.
Now I've got to do it again. I hate you, Bloodstock. Hang on, who whistled? Who whistled? Oh, someone just who's this? Hemoglobin hobbits. Oh, if only I had scissors. It's Nani. If only I had scissors. That'd be such a perfect time. But no, has to happen when I'm when I've just died.
Preparing to teleport.
That's the first time I've seen Nani. Yeah, so I got webbed, put on my parachute, shot the Bloodstalker down, then it webbed me again, which removed the parachute, and then while I was falling, I sort of fumbled for the button, missed it the first time, so, you know, got far too low, and then just activated the second parachute right before I hit the ground. Not early enough to slow my descent and, you know, not die, but just in time to consume the parachute. If only I had scissors. Could have, you know, given Arnie a nice trim there. He might have heard it, to be fair, but, you know, and turned around and killed me. But, well. Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't notice the second use either. But I'm pretty sure I still had a parachute left when I was falling, because that's why I was trying to press the button. But it must have just used it. I didn't see it, but maybe if I checked back stream I was wrong. Maybe I didn't have an extra parachute, but I thought I had one left. Oh, there's going to be so many Bloodstalkers near my body now, aren't there? Oh, that's a Carlo. That's an angry Carlo. I think we lost that. It's not like I really know my way around the bog though, so I don't know where my body's going to be. Far away from that, hopefully. Just gonna try and slip past while it's fighting a stego. Could it maybe fight some of the Bloodstalkers? That'd be cool. But yeah, I saw the Bloodstalker that was high up. I did not see one below me. Was it the same? Was it the one I shot down? Did it like manage to reclimb the tree or something? Because I've died in almost exactly the same place. Oh no. No, the one I shot down's still down there in the water. And now soon so am I, because I just... Who put that gap there? Don't be deep, don't... No, oh, sorry, don't be shallow. I meant don't be shallow. It was shallow. That hurt. Ow. Low health. Pain. I don't know if I can get up the other side. But even if I can, I think there's a couple of, you know, Bloodstalkers along the way. And obviously I no longer have anything to get rid of them. I can't shoot them, I don't have parachutes. But yeah, I thought I had a parachute left when I was on my gas bags. I clearly didn't. I'm also in danger of freezing to death here. No! 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 Stupid swarm! What did I ever do to you? I did nothing. At least give me a chance to put armor on so that I don't freeze. No!
You're not gonna die on me, are you?
Well, yes. The death loop continues. I'll run from here and I'll be catching up with Jim in no time. All because the stupid bees don't exist. I feel like I've checked every tree twice. It's just giving time for more Bloodstalkers to spawn in. Acro. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I missed that tree on my rounds first time. Right now, I just want... Oh god, there's an Alpha Carno as well now. Right now I just want to get my stuff back so I can stop freezing to death and get Monty. I've never really had issues with the swarms before. I think I've been attacked by them like once, maybe. Oh dear. And I'm out of stamina. Bad timing. No, sir, no. No! 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 Fight each other, not me! I've barely got any meat on my bones, I'm tiny!
Okay, just let me think. Where can we get a quick transfusion?
This has... Like, it was going... I'm not going to say great, because we didn't find what I wanted, but it was going fine for a really long time there. And then suddenly... it all went to hell. All because I ran out of parachutes.
Time to teleport.
Although I was bravely thinking, you know, I don't... Like, running back after the first death. I don't know why everyone thinks the bog's so tough. This is quite placid. Look, I've just run a kilometre without encountering anything. I shouldn't have thought it. That was my mistake. I thought things were going fine.
Teleport now. Here we are, right on target.
Yeah, that's always the it's always the downfall, isn't it? You think you're doing okay, and the game, it just knows. It does whatever it can to show you are wrong. Well, yeah, but I didn't say it out loud, so like I didn't think it would count as jinxing myself. Any other advice? Bring more parachutes. Okay, I'm just gonna walk away from the raptor sound I just heard. Well, I got my body the first time really, like, without any hassle. I just walked back and you know, picked it up. It was the multiple extra Bloodstalkers that ruined me the second time. And then again, I made it back to my gear. And I would have been fine if I hadn't foolishly fallen down a hole. That's what got me the second time. Because then I wouldn't have had to go near the swarm. Can the death tracker please work reliably? I never used to miss the green beam that everyone else did. Thought this is fine, you know? I'm quite okay with the death marker thing. But the past couple of maps, it's just not worked for me. It could be that I've got too many waypoints highlighted already on screen, but I don't think that's it. Yeah, it's just not working. The automatic one that pops up for your last death works fine, but trying to select from the others seems completely busted. But it's like the so the Dino Tracker window used to open and populate straight away. As soon as you you opened it, you'd have a list. And then around the time that Scorched came out, it suddenly started taking a couple of minutes to actually start listing dinos. There's been a couple of other bugs which like were introduced in later patches and have never been fixed. Things that used to work flawlessly. Right, dare I bring out one of the other tames to go back to Monty? Or do I just stay on foot? Because if I go on a tame, there's a high chance it gets bloodstalked. That's where the last one that grabbed me was, one of those. There, it's that one, that level 20. There's Monty. Right, I need hide so that I can make another parachute or two. So actually, that terrorbird I just threw off the cliff, he'll do perfectly. Yeah, hide. Don't even think about it, Swarm. Look, if we get a B, it'll all be worth it. I know that's a big if, but if I get a B, it's worth it. I've checked all the trees that I have a marker in. So, that sort of area. Maybe I should turn the fog off. I can't see a damn thing. There could be bees anywhere. Might never know. Between nighttime and and fog. I did think I saw one in the tree that I got grabbed in, though. I thought I saw one. Oh, not in the tree I got grabbed in. It was a tree nearby, wasn't it? Because the grab came from like sideways from another tree. But I just thought I'd seen one as I got grabbed. And obviously I never actually got to know. Was it a beehive, or was it just a funny little knot on the branch? I don't know which tree it was. It was just nearby. If it was a beehive, it might all be worth it. Come on. Did they spawn anywhere else in ASE, or was it just the bog there as well? Because Wikily has been wrong before. I mean, it shouldn't be. All the information should be pulled directly from the map file, but it has been wrong before. Certainly with the resources. Like, we were not finding any oil rocks in the volcano, were we? Nothing good. Right. That one. Why is there so many in single player and none here? It's like every single tree had one. Meshed into the trees is what you heard. I did find a few in single player that were meshed into the trees, but it was only like 2 out of about 20 that I saw that were meshed. You could still gather honey from them, but you couldn't damage them to tame them. How are you doing today, Quill? Yeah. That's what I did in single player. I got the tech helmet and scanned around the place. I found loads and loads and loads, but there was 2 that were meshed. I've also been told apparently that there is a bug with magmasaur eggs meshing into the roof of the cave. I don't know why they would be at the roof. Yeah, apparently the magmasaur eggs are meshing up there. Hello, Jessica. I'm curious if this is to do with, like, this server, or if this is just a Genesis ASA server issue, because it single player, as I say, is not having this problem, but single player and servers always behave differently. So I don't know if it's this server or servers in general. The bee hunting is not going particularly well. Not one of the spots I found in single player and put a marker on has had a bee. Although some of the markers didn't go exactly where they were meant to, you know. Like this one, there's definitely no bees there. It's meant to be lower down. I just don't know the exact height. Back to photo mode. Back to circling trees. I'm going to have to do something else soon though. I can't just keep searching for a bee. I'll go just totally out of my mind if I do this the entire day. I've never really found single player has the lack of spawns for stuff. It's just so much as broken spawns. Like Scorched Earth servers I've played on, the Wyvern Trench has been empty. You know, maybe like 10 wyverns total. So sometimes you can grab an egg and you know, there's nothing nearby to actually aggro on you. Single player, it's the opposite, where I would find, you know, sort of 50 or 60 wyverns. Is that over to my... which side was that? Is it this way? I saw that Bloodstalker. I do not want to get grabbed by it. Where was it? There. Well, I'm not getting a shot on that, am I? Yeah, single player Wyvern Trench absolutely packed, servers empty. The island water caves have been very inconsistent. Like, I remember the Root Cave, the west one, being totally empty in single player, but overspawned like crazy on servers. So again, yeah, both sort of having problems, but in opposite ways. Whereas the eastern water cave in single player has Tusos and Plessies and Moses in it, but the servers just had the normal, you know, Megs and Eels and the odd donkey. They're often all broken, just opposite ways. But Hyper, one of Hyper's mods is on the server called Population Control. I'm not entirely sure what it does. I think it's meant to sort of prevent overspawning, but I'm wondering if maybe it's preventing things like bees from spawning in. Like, that could be a factor. I know! It's such a flawless game, and it normally works so well. But yeah, we say it every time, like, there's nothing quite like it, which is why we all keep coming back to it. There's games with better building. There's you know, there's games with better survival. Like, I've got a lot of survival games that I think have all got really good aspects to it. And there's even games which have got taming, but the taming is usually... It's less of a prominent part than it is in Ark. Like, Icarus has taming these days, but it's, you know, just claim a baby. Yeah, there's nothing that quite scratches the itch in the same way as Ark does. Yeah, most survival games I've played have more of a story to them. I know Ark has a story, but I mean, like, you're specifically playing the story, and there's less of these sandbox aspects. Some of them have got boss fights to do, which is, you know, one of the things that I really like with Ark. But they don't always sort of hit the same way, you know. Or it's a boss fight that you don't have to sort of do as much build up for, and you get there quite quickly, and then it feels like you've finished. Nothing quite. I mean, it's just not really got any competition. I do think to a degree that's part of the problem. So it means they get a bit more complacent, a bit more lax. You know, we do get bug fix patches, but it tends to all be focused on like new bugs, not old bugs. So I think I'm like in English. I'm reaching the point of like getting super tired with these bees. I've had enough. I need a break from bees. There's definitely no bees on this tree. So what shall I go do instead of bees? What shall I do instead of bees? Could look for another basilisk. We could go back to pig hunt. Still need a good second pig. I could look for another frog. Problem is the frogs spawn in this area, so I'm still in Bloodstalker territory. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I could look for more sharks, more ziffs. Yeah, I mean, I did find one yesterday. I found one quite quickly yesterday, but as soon as I broke the hive, it just flew up towards the skybox. So I didn't manage to tame it. And now I can't even find one. At least with the Mega Kellen, when we were trying to tame that, I managed to keep, I could find them, I just couldn't get it started due to the whole feral megalodons spawning in the event area. Mission area, sorry. As soon as they fixed that, I actually got one quite quickly. But they just don't exist. I mean, I know that, like, Rasclark spent a couple of sessions trying to find a bee as well. I know Vino spent several days trying to find a bee. So when I found one quite quickly yesterday, I thought, oh, well, great. Problem solved. I don't have eggs with me, but I'm going to go and have a look, I think, for
Teleport
more
ready.
basilisks. Because we've got eggs at home. Maybe I should have been wearing my ghillie. Or my bug repellents. That could have got rid of the Bloodstalkers. Probably not. I just kind of want to shop around and see what I can find for new tames. I don't have a particular target.
Here we go.
Whatever I can get.
Coordinates confirmed. Teleport complete.
I think some people are planning on doing the boss fight tonight. Like as a master controller, some people want to go to that. I don't have anything, so I probably won't be going. 'Cause I've literally got no tames. They said like rideable tames. And I'm thinking, well, what would I take? Okay, let's just do it this way. They want just everyone brings one rideable tame and one shoulder pet, and I don't really know what would be a good rideable tame. I mean, I've got wolves, not especially great, especially just one wolf without a pack. I can do frog, but I've only got the one. Mammoth, I could do mammoth. I was thinking something a bit faster, maybe. Tektrikes, I never had any success with breeding them and kind of just got fed up of trying. I've not had a lot of luck with breeding this season in general. Still just can't get stats to combine. Except the Megalodon, which did it first time. Well, I combined the health and damage, but that's all I need right now. But yeah, apparently our level up is today? I didn't think it was today. I thought it was like Thursday or something, but apparently it's today. So yeah, they're trying to rush the boss fight out tonight before we get the level up more times. So 45 and 5. I don't think I'll be going to it just because I can't think of a tame to take. I especially would like something that I can actually fight off the back of, so I could, you know, like take a crossbow or something if necessary and just run away. I've never done this boss fight, but I saw somebody mention the Gigas. It was like, I don't really think they can fight a Giga. Going on foot, you think? You think that would work? Bear in mind we don't have amazing gear. I suppose I could run some more missions and get some more item. Weapons will be the hard part. We mostly get those from the brute missions, and we haven't had great success with the beta brutes, have we? Except for the golem. I managed to do the golem. That was actually quite fine. Unfortunately, it just didn't give the gear that I wanted. Actually, I forgot to make a note. I'll have to go back and check the stream from the other day. I can't remember what gear I got from the beta golem. Yes, I mean, I suppose I could bring in a tame and just not ride it, but I think they said like a rideable tame. So I'm assuming they don't want people just bringing in like, you know, a tech Rex to stand around in the background or something, you know. I assume they specifically want low-level tames. What's that? Is that 95? 55. Pretty aggroed as well. Hello, Red Robster. How you doing? Every time I go visit one of the other channels lately, you're there. You definitely get around. I hope it means you're enjoying the season, though. Like literally, if I see you in every chat. Either that, or you are like the most determined hate watcher I've ever seen. You try to. I've tried to check out as many people as I can. Obviously, time zones are a bit restrictive. You know, for instance, there's quite a lot of Australians in this season that obviously I haven't managed to really interact with or do anything, or even just go and say hi, because they're usually streaming when I'm asleep. I don't think my frog was bad. I wouldn't say it was crazy good, but I don't think it was bad. I would like to get a mate for it. You and hate don't go together. You say that now. Just you wait. The hate will come. That's later. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking frogs, perhaps. It's just the fact that I've only got the one frog. But, like, because you can attack from a frog, and it's nimble enough to run away from big scary things. They don't have amazing health. Like, obviously, you know, I would normally go for a pig. You know, something small, rideable, I can fight off the back of it, and it's got a lot of health. The tankiest thing that I can fight off the back of that I can think of at this level is a stego. But it's more, I can shoot off the back of a stego. I can't, like, fully fight off it because you're so high off the ground. But I do have a basic shotgun I could use, you know? Stego and a shotgun, maybe? I'd have to tame a stego first, but I have saddles. That could be an option. Or one of the trikes, you know? Could also be an option. But yeah, I've never seen this boss fight. I have no idea how much like I need, say, high speed, mobility. Do I need a lot of health? Do I just want damage? Maybe I need a horse with like really good knockout. And just maybe that's some sort of secret trick. You can put the boss to sleep. Yeah, maybe nobody ever tried. So yeah, I've not brought anything to actually tame the basilisk with me right now. But if I find one, I'll mark it and I'll teleport home. Get the eggs, come back, and watch as it refuses to be tamed again. And I'm probably going to have to run around on foot. Oh, not on foot. On a tame. On the ground. Yeah, see if we can find some tails somewhere. But I hate lava. I like the safety of the air. You hate everyone equally, so everyone is treated the same. There you are, see? That's the attitude, Red Robster. That's what you want. Hate everyone equally. Jessica understands. Did Magmal's base? I've not actually had a look at Magmal's base before. It's the only one living in the volcano. Which probably makes sense with a name like Magmal, but... And they seem to be sticking to volcanic creatures, mostly. They've got magmasaurs, magmasaurs, magmasaurs. They've got a lot of X-Rexes bred. They've got a golem. And they've got some basilisks. An Argy for some reason, and then also these Elder Claws. Wait. Do the tamed X-Golems give alpha buff as well? Because we did find the other day when I was doing the mission. Was it when I was doing the mission? Yeah, extraction. I was in the volcano. The X-Golems were giving my tames the alpha buff. So you know, I like it does apply them to tamed stuff as well as to wilds. But I assumed that once you tamed the golem, that the alpha buff would go away, but no, it's That's ridiculous. Why are they giving alpha buff? You can't take a golem into a boss fight though, can you? So it's not like you could combine it with, say, a UT Raw and get really big buffs. But, I mean, for missions, you know, running some alpha missions just with a golem standing nearby, passively buffing everything. Why are they providing an alpha buff at all, though? Never mind as a tame. I do not understand. Okay, I think it's time to swap to a ground mount and find some basilisks that way, you know, with bait. I just fully anticipate jumping into lava by accident. Oh, that's true, it might, yeah. If the wild golems are buffing player tames, maybe the player golem would buff the wilds. To be honest, I don't mind the idea of an alpha buff on a tame. Like, it's kind of interesting as an idea, you know, just a passive bonus for things nearby. But I wouldn't put it on a golem. There was a mod in ASE that allowed you to, like, globally apply buffs to creatures. So, you know, you used I to, like, pick a buff and pick a creature. I can't remember what it was. What the mod was. It was also one that allowed you to breed variants with their normal version. So, you know, breed an X with a regular. So it was a good mod. I just can't remember what it was called. But I did once toy with the idea of adding the alpha buff to, like, a dodo. So yeah, you could get, you know, you could get this really powerful buff for your tames. But if you wanted to make use of it in, say, a boss fight, you had to somehow bring, you know, keep a dodo alive in a boss fight. So you were weakening your boss squad by removing a member already that's been replaced by said dodo. So instead of 19 Rexes in a UT, you had 18 Rexes in a UT. It's already a bit of a step down on damage and health. Obviously, the alpha buff should be worth that. You're losing like 5% of your damage potential in exchange for a massive boost of survivability. But it's on a dodo. So can you keep a dodo alive to maintain the buff? And I thought, that, you know, that could be fun. Good support creature made from something really, really weak. Hello, Nicky Penny. How you doing? My gas bag, I had one that I don't know if I'd call it prettier. But the original one also had more colour in there. It had yellow as well. So it was called Monty because it looked like a, you know, circus animal or clown. Hence Monty Python's Flying Circus. How are you doing today, Nikki? Did I miss a raid notification, or is this just a random stop by? Sorry, that sounds odd. I'm worried I've missed something because I keep missing the raid notifications. It's not very obvious, I feel, on YouTube. So, yeah, anytime I see one of the other creators pop up, I get a bit worried. How have you been doing today? Were you planning on going to the boss fight later, or is it the wrong time for you? So I don't think I will be. I don't think I've got a tame for it, and I don't feel like I'm there yet, you know. But yes, I didn't manage to find the bee yet. I've flown around for like 2 hours, 3 hours, is it? I don't know how long I've been streaming. What's the time? 2 hours I've flown around and not found a bee. I hate it. Now, Bunny Boy? Sorry, I'm terrible with names. But hello, welcome. I don't know what should I call you? Hello, dragon. Yeah, I mean, maybe you'll find one. I've not had any success, but maybe you'll get lucky. Thing is, there does seem to be some issue with them spawning in the mesh. So if we are at like, you know, if there's only 5 bees allowed and all 5 are in the mesh, we can search all day and we'll never find them. But there might be some on trees, and I just didn't find the right tree or something. I just needed a break from bee hunting, so I've come to look for a basilisk instead. Feels very risky hopping around on this because I can't see where the lava is over the ridges. Might end up jumping in it. Benny boy. So I'll try and remember Benny. I think I've got better burrow box bread now, so I might be able to get rid of this horrible colour combination. It's a great blue megalania. I'm not having any luck with the basilisks either. Barely seen any, and they've all been terrible level. Like an evil Easter bunny. I mean, it's definitely a color combination, isn't it? Like, The YouTube delay is really long. Even on my like stream preview, you know, on the studio window, it got to about 2 minutes behind. And from what people were saying yesterday, when you get an ad, it like, oh God, why am I on fire? Excuse me? There's no lava there. What the heck? But yeah, on Twitch, if there's an ad, the stream keeps going, and you miss a bit. I'm on what? Why am I on fire again? But on YouTube, if you get an ad, it like pauses the stream, so you fall behind. But that still doesn't explain why the studio is getting like 2 minutes behind on the preview window. That makes no sense. You put it at the beginning. Okay, that would be very far behind. Yes, yes. So, hello, Nikki. How are you doing? How are you doing, Nikki? How's it going? Are you all right? I was worried that I'd missed a raid from you. You know. Because most of the time I only see other creators when there's a raid going on, and I'm really bad at seeing the notification. But obviously you didn't hear any of that. Is the volcano erupting? It is not erupting right now. This is just a tremor. The full eruption has it's much louder. So yeah, what have you been up to? What else did I say? Are you planning on going to the boss fight tonight? You know, got anything cool today? I did not find a bee. I looked for about 2 hours and I couldn't find any. Yesterday I found one, relatively quickly actually, but failed to tame it because it just flew up to the sky. Today I haven't seen a single hive. Yeah, I don't think I'll be going to the boss fight. I don't think I've got really creatures for it. But also, it's not just a lack of creatures. I think I'm just too far behind on those things. Like, I haven't done the missions for it. If I do go along, my creatures will be pathetic, won't really help out. I don't want to be, just leeching. Bringing the squad down, you know. So I probably won't be going myself. Plus, I think there's already like 10 people signed up for it, so I'd have to check, but I think it was 10 already. Yeah, the bunnies are really good. Not a good combat tame, but as like a utility and travel thing, they're amazing. Oh, Basilisk. Finally. Level 10. Like, the bunnies seem to barely use stamina, if they do. I haven't really been paying attention. They get the triple jump. Oh, that was really nice of you, Stego, to impale my wolf when I come over to help. Thanks for that. Yeah, there's no fall damage on the bunnies as well. And then they've got tech teleporters built in. So they're an incredibly good travel time. Is it? What did it take damage from? When did my bunny... Oh, from the fire, right, yeah, of course. Yeah, I can have some food. Thing is, I wouldn't even call it a primitive teleporter. Obviously, you've got the 1 hour, like, not cooldown, decay timer on it if you don't use it, so you can't leave it up permanently. But, like, if I was to dig a gateway, like, a tech teleporter you need to keep powered constantly, which is obviously a big downside. But this, you know, like, I can just go through it now if I want to. But look at the code, tech teleporter jackalope. So it's literally just a copy of the tech teleporter. It functions identically except for the whole, you know, power part. So in some ways it's better than a tech teleporter. I just find that funny that it's literally just a copy. I mean, if it works, you know, you may as well reuse it. There's no point recoding something from scratch if it already works. But it just amused me when I first saw that tech teleporter. And of course we can always... No, not the wrong button. Let me just demolish that again. Don't need that. We can always do the... Wait, I can't put one here? Really? Why not? Why can't I hidey hole there? I haven't tried using the hidey hole on this map. Is it not possible? Ooh. Like, I've just been using them for the teleporter function. Is the hidey hole not placeable on Genesis? Or is it just this part of the map? I don't need space below the map because I can't put one on, for instance, my on my shipyard. Also, hello, Poseidon. I didn't notice it was you complaining about the healing. Oh, mission area. That would also be... Yes. Well thought of, Lucy. Mission area. I am indeed in mission area. Wait, no, I'm not. Am I? I can't, honestly can't tell. There's so much overlap. I can't tell. Am I in a mission area or not? It looks like I am, but it also looks like I'm in the space between two missions. Oh, lava. Oh, true, yes, there is just the icon for mission area, that's right. There we go, now I'm out of mission area. Yeah. I'm so not used to Genesis yet. Okay. Insufficient space below. Now that's what we're getting, insufficient space. But yeah, the bunnies are... I don't know if I'd say pay to win, but they're definitely very, very good. Like, I can't decide if I would call it pay to win because it's not a fighting tame. It's not. If somebody catches you, it's not going to help you survive. In that sense, you're not going to beat someone because you have a bunny. But it definitely makes the game easier, like even just the PvE parts. Insufficient space below. Everywhere is insufficient space below. I've not been in here. What's... Oh, it's just a through cave. Okay. I've got to find somewhere I can put a hidey hole first. Okay, they do have stamina usage. It is going down, but it seems to be only when I'm jumping. I don't know what mission area I'm in right now. There's got to be sufficient space below here, right? Surely this has sufficient space below. Nope. I think you might just not be able to use the hidey hole in Genesis. I'm not in a mission area. I could try going into the volcano. Maybe we can put one inside. This is quite a departure from bee taming. I'm, where can I put a hidey hole? If I die in there, that's on me. Yeah, I don't like it when things are on me. I still can't build a hidey hole though. Okay, can I jump? I was going to get this glitch the other day, but there's two basilisks right beside it. Sadly not there now. What missions are some of these, though? Okay. No, this is in mission area. This is out of it. Right? Or is there two overlapping missions here? Because I can put down a teleporter in this place, because I've done that before. Like I've been in here during an eruption. Or pre-eruption. Okay, this isn't in a mission area, this little bit here. Can't hidey hole. I don't think we can do it anywhere. No, there's just insufficient space below everywhere. Well, I've had no luck on basilisk hunting. I've had no luck on bee hunting. I feel like I need to go back to the bee, really. It's so important right now. So rare. Jim's got some cosmos in a gas bag. I think he's determined, after like almost being at 600 deaths, he's really determined to prove that he actually can play the game when he tries. Like, he's had fun getting to that high death count, but now he's like, no, it's time to stop. Alright, back to the bog. Go on.
Coordinates locked. Time to teleport.
Did I try the Bloodstalker vision? So I've tried it in single player and it does highlight hives. But only very close range. And you have to have line of sight on it. So if I'm at a point where it's close range and I've got line of sight, I've potentially seen it anyway. Like, I doubt you could just swing between the trees and have it highlight one as you pass it. Because you'd have to be so close. Same with the Uranio. I think by the time the Bloodstalker vision popped up, I would have already seen it. Maybe. But my Bloodstalker's only level like 20 or something, and I'm terrible at using them. Got much more control with the gas bags. What are the odds that in the last 30 minutes a bee has finally spawned in somewhere? How you doing today, Rebel? I want to say that I think Nikki should come and look for a bee as well. You know, maybe the two of us will find something. But then if Nikki finds one, and I don't, I'm gonna be really grumpy. Stole my bee. That was just the tree I was gonna check next, you know. Rebel's another one who I see in every Monarchy stream I go to. You guys get around. Yeah, that's how I looked for them in single player. Was I put on the tech helmet, and just flew around. But I didn't really need to in single player, they were everywhere. Oh, I see you, Bloodstalker. Don't even think about it. That's still the tree I've seen the most on. It's the only tree I've seen them on this server. We've seen Vino's like little platform he built, so he's clearly found them elsewhere. This is where I found yesterday's. And in single player there was some on this side, the same height. I really want to know how many spawn points there are and like what heights, but I can't get the map to open in DevKit, so I can't look up precisely. Hello, Zenita. You just looked like the stream and now father's come home with the wyvern milk. Well, you know, I mean, I had to do something about that. I had to do something. Damn it, I forgot to put Monty on follow. Stupid Bloodstalkers! Down to my last parachute now. Oh, you think Vino's platform was for taming a Bloodstalker? I found two of Vino's. There's this one over here, that random tower, that's Vino's. And then there's a tree, I think it's this one, which has just got like a couple of ceilings on the side of the tree. Alright, where's Monty at? Let's get him back on the tracker. Come on, Monty. And Monty the second, because the first one with the extra yellow died. Bam 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 bam. Yeah, go on, git. Also, for any other creators in the chat, yesterday when the server went down, I decided to pass the time by browsing through the mod list. Mistake. Don't do it. Because it turns out some of the mods have videos of their page, and the videos use copyrighted music. Which means that my channel got flagged for having copyrighted music. Because I watched, 30 seconds of a mod trailer. Don't do it. No. Also, clearly the ghillie did not help me with the whole Bloodstalker issue. Down you go. Yeah, this is... I mean, it's very atmospheric, this fog. Can't see a damn thing. Might have to turn it off. Just to increase the chance of finding a bee by like 1%. I see you. No. No? I don't know if I'm firing too high or too low, though. It's hard to gauge distance. Oh, I think that was probably too high. Yeah, there we go. Why do they always zip in from the side of the screen when they fall down? Like, just briefly. It's like a little flash and it comes in from the side. It's very weird. Okay, beehives, come on. I feel like I've earned this. At least give me a hive so I can try and tame a bee. It doesn't... I mean, I would like it to be a success, but I'll take just finding a hive right now. That'll do, At least give me a glimpse. A tiny scrap of hope. Don't think I'm gonna find one. Over to the outer trees. We did have a dino wipe an hour before I started streaming, so the chance of someone else having been on and found and tamed like the only bee is quite low. I do wonder what the spawn rate is. Or are they just all in the mesh? Is there like 12 hives in a tree somewhere? When you say line of sight with the bloodstock, does that mean they don't see through the trunk or branches? It certainly couldn't see ones on the other side of the trunk. I mean, I can hop out into single player and we can do some testing. Because there was plenty of hives in single player. Just need somewhere like relatively safe to log off for a moment. Yeah, I don't think a Bloodstock is going to help because I just don't think it's got the range on the vision. I will... I want to be. It's worth doing a test. I really want to be. I tried multiple Dino Finder mods, couldn't use them to locate a damn thing. Because unlike ASE, the bee is not a creature until the hive is destroyed. So yeah, there's a hive. Straight away, straight into a hive. So tech helmet. That's what you look like with tech helmet, and that shows up through the tree. It's not like super clear, but you can see a flashing red. It's also got a reasonable distance on it. See, there's two on that tree. So the tech helmet's really good for it. Let me turn off tech helmets. Let's spawn in a Bloodstalker. Yeah, you can see I can't see the hive's there. It's physically visible to me, but it's not got the red outline. How close do I have to be for red outline? It's just starting to show up there. What's the climb key for a Bloodstalker? What's the key to climb? It's not C, it's not control, it's not space. They can climb, can't they? They can... They can climb, I'm sure. Doesn't appear to be X. I've tried all the keys that I would normally think of. Does it not have climbing? Wiki says you've got webhook, 2 webhooks, swing, jump, parachute, and X just breaks your webs. It looks like they don't have climbing. Which, with my skill with the Bloodstalker, or lack thereof, makes this very awkward. Just, you know, I'm doing like this instead of going where I want to go. There, see, you can see how far away I had to be before it starts showing up. With the, like, I can't really get much. Oh, it's climbing now? Why is it climbing now? Oh no, there it's gone. I'm really bad with these. So bad with Bloodstalker. Why did I just suddenly see the beehive there? Is there one on the other side of the tree? Oh, there is. There's one there. But you can see that that's not showing up through the tree branch or trunk or anything. That one on the other side there, you can't see it. But we can see it in the red highlight mode from a... Yeah, you have to be really close. Just hold shift. Okay. Nope. No, I'm falling. This is how bad I am at Bloodstalkers. There we go. I had to go from flat terrain. I couldn't like jump and latch. So it's the sprint key. Why did the wiki not mention this? Okay, finally, I'm where I want to be. So we back up, back up, back up, and there. It's completely gone now. That is... Although, weirdly, turning the camera makes it better. So I guess it's the distance of your camera, not the distance of the creature. Which is interesting. Because yeah, no highlight. Bring closer camera in, highlight. So if I'm in first person, I can see from about this distance is where it starts to glow. But you can't see it through the branches. So like it could help, but I feel like if I'm getting to this point and I haven't already seen the hive, you know, there's probably bigger problems. Like, if I haven't already spotted the hive when I'm within, what, 6 or 7 foundations? Yes, I don't think Bloodstalker's going to help for it. And I'm pretty sure the Aranio uses the exact same system. Ignore my B. That was just for the thumbnail. Yeah, this is exactly the same. And maybe a little bit further away for this spider. Oh, hang on. I can only see it when it moves. It's not showing everywhere, but that little red, that little bit of red on the spider's leg there It's only showing on the leg. It's not showing on anything else. And it's showing on my character as well, but on the outline. That would be this one. That's kind of showing through the tree. That's yeah, okay. Pretty sure that's not meant to happen. But so this can kind of get me vision through a tree, but I've still got to be really close. Like, tech helmet is by far the best option of the three. Yeah, that's interesting. No bees? Why are we not getting bees? Is it an empty hive? It was an empty hive, that's why. I mean, that would suck if I found a dead hive on the server. Okay, this one's a dead hive as well. But yeah, so that's how the Bloodstalker is for bee hunting. I don't think it's really going to be very useful. I mean, the range isn't awful. Hang on, okay. Yeah, okay. So I mean, it's if you're in first person, it's not an awful range. But I don't think that's good enough to help. I don't think there's a point in bringing out my Bloodstalker for that. I'd be better off just flying around in the gas bags. I'll cover so much more distance. The amount of time it would take me to climb up all those trees with Bloodstalker, especially when I'm getting grabbed by other Bloodstalkers. I'd just rather stay on the gas bags. And to be honest, if you've got a tech helmet, you're probably past the point of needing a bee. You know? Probably not important anymore. Hey, we had a PvP event today that didn't crash the server, so that's good. Although, to my knowledge, it didn't quite work either. Yeah. Yeah, I think the gas bag's just, like, the best option for travel here. The Bloodstalker and the Spider were purely about spotting the bees, but it's not helping. You have full tech and no bees. Like, the tech helmet did show me that some are spawning inside the trees, so that there are some meshed. It's possible that all of them are meshed. Maybe there's only like 5 total and they're all in a tree. I think they're just incredibly rare. I kind of want the server to be rebooted now. Normally I hate it, you know. Oh, please don't reboot. Like, it's so disruptive, but well, they'll never give us dino wipes. Like, but if the server reboots, we get one anyway. So, guys, the PvP mod needs fixing. Quick, give Spawn me a bee. Please. Spawn a bee. I don't think we're going to be able to find one. Are you playing on a server or like unofficial, official single player Skeletal Lemon? The single player seems to have a lot more for me. Well, I mean, it has bees for a start. At the very least, it has hives. Wondering if, like, how does official compare? It should be the same. You do get some weird stuff going on. Especially because official should never ever wipe. Official bees are a nightmare. People are selling them for 100k hex. There's not transfers from other servers yet for official, is there? So no one can just bring a bee over. Because as soon as transfers are open and you can just go grab a bee on the island and bring it to Genesis, that price is going to plummet. It'll be worth single digits or something because everyone will already have them. It's just waiting for the transfers, yeah. Well, right now, I know that 3 people have bees. It's possible that someone else does, but I only know 3 who have them on this server. Which is Raz, Vino, and Pulse. I can't check the market from here, can I? But Raz was trying to sell his honey, and no one seems to be buying it, I think. I can't remember what price he was selling it for, but he was trying to sell like individual honey. And yeah, no one's he's not having a good time with selling it, I think. He's been really struggling. Oh, crap. Awkward. At least the tappy's gone. Oh, come on! Monty, closer! My last parachute. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. It's like you weren't even trying to listen, were you? I warned you. Oh, there's a second one. The decoy stalker, yes. They're hunting in pairs now. Oh, I need hide so I can make some more parachutes. They can spawn on this thing. I haven't seen any. I've got a feeling this is going to be an ongoing thing all week. Like every stream there's going to be, let's spend an hour looking for a bee. I'm just going to get so fed up of it. I would like to find a frog while I'm here. Uno Halashuto. Okay. Frog then. Yeah, I've got all this with me. I don't have any meat, but we can solve that. We can solve the meat problem. The bigger problem is that frogs also spawn in the Bloodstalker area. Just a bit more on the ground, you know. Need to be going the other way. We need to be going north. Oh, someone bought some off us the other night. How? Like, every time I've stopped by a stream lately and I've seen him open the market to check how his sales are doing, he's always like, "No honey." And I think he's only selling honey and wigs, is he? I don't think he's selling anything else, so there's probably not too much call for wigs. Everyone's bought one, and then, you know, that's it. They don't need any more. Yeah. Wigs and honey. I mean, yeah, you'd think honey would be wanted, but I suppose every time you need honey, if you've got to sail across to his market and buy a pile of fishing rods and then, you know, remove the honey from said fishing rods. What you really need is to contact him directly and, like, say, I'd like to buy 20 honey. Get him to give you a price, and then just... he can put, like, a note on the market or something for that price, and you just quickly buy it. And then he just gives you the honey directly. Rather than having to buy it with fishing rods attached. I know why the fishing rods are there. It stops the decay, but... the wigs were just a gimmick to make money after he lost everything. I thought he just wanted everyone to, you know, to look like him. He just wanted an army of little green afros running around. I had my own ship disaster on, I was like, the second day. I was storing everything on my ship, including my shipyard, just in case I ran aground and I needed to teleport my ship out. I had it in my smithy on my ship. Storm threw me straight into an outpost and got one tapped by a tower. So yeah, I know the ship reset pain. Been much more careful with my ship ever since. Who's this? Who lives here? Tech Rexes, that's who lives here. Oh, this is where Nani lives. That would be why I've never seen him. I swear I remember seeing his boat at some point, so he must have some presence in the ocean. Yeah, I've only bumped into Nani once, which was earlier today, when he was teleporting out of the bog, and I didn't have any scissors with me because I, you know, just died. Managed to sneak up behind him. Okay. Frog area should be around here. I think they can spawn anywhere, but that's like the most common, so... Shouldn't be too Bloodstalker heavy. Just like swap to the bunny and we'll have a look that way. Or a wolf, probably better actually. Bunny will be faster, wolf can defend itself. Let's see if we can find a decent frog. Yeah, I've managed to keep this other ship alive quite well though, after we finally managed to tame a magmasaur and get the metal for it. Get a lot more cautious with it. Okay, maybe not that cautious. I've been hunting down the rogue brigs, but I've you know, until they fixed the whole thing of storms making your ship lose control, I refused to sail if there was a storm. I just put the anchor down and waited. You're quitting official, you're sick of the lag and disconnects. You're going to unofficial and play on the new map. Cartus. Do you have an unofficial server for it already? You got one in mind? From what I hear, all servers have been a lot worse since around the time of Lost Colony, though. Which is... From what I'm told. These servers now, like, a reboot takes 20 minutes. And apparently it's all servers. There seems to have just been some big thing in one of the patches that's just it's just ruined everything. But official's always been I've not really played it myself, but I've always heard it's been very laggy, because obviously it's one of the most populated servers. People have got massive bases. Both PvE and PvP, there are huge bases which are, you know, hundreds of creatures. Which are going to cause a lot of issues. We start on an Arctropolis server. Well, good luck. Hope it's more enjoyable for you. If you're not enjoying official, absolutely, you know. No reason to stay. Come on, frogs. Where are you? Get the feeling official servers will disappear in the future. You don't think they care enough to keep them going and get more money out of private ones. I mean, yeah, official servers don't make any money. They cost money. Isn't part of, if I remember right, part of the whole Nitrado exclusivity deal with ASA, it was, they gave Wildcard, was it $4 million? Some of that was just like generally paying for, you know, we'll help fund the development in exchange for exclusive rights. And some of it was because Nitrado also ran the official servers for ASE, and they still owed them a bunch of money for it. Which I always found a bit odd. If you remember when they announced that ASE servers were getting shut down because, you know, they were moving on to ASA, and they said all the official servers are getting shut for ASE, and there was like a huge outroar over it. And I always found that a bit weird because, like, the servers were always going to go eventually. You know, they gain no money for the company. It's unlikely that someone watches official gameplay and goes, you know what, I need to go out and buy Ark so I can join in with that. I'm sure there were some people who, you know, convinced their friends to get it so they would come and join them on official. But most people probably buy the game with the intent of sort of playing single player first and then go look for a server. There will be some who, you know, official is like, it feels more like the way to play it. Like, you know, endorsed by the company kind of thing. But basically the servers don't. You know, they cost a ton of money. They were always going to have to shut them someday. Always. They couldn't just keep running official servers forever. Like, I just don't understand why people were so mad about the idea of the official ASE servers getting shut down. It had to go sometime. And at least they made the saves available for everyone to download. I admit I don't play on official, so it didn't really mean much to me, and I'm sure some people had, you know, good reason over it. Like, if you've invested 10 years of time into something, it feels like you're gonna feel bad about it going. I understand feeling sad that the servers were going down. It just, there was a lot of outrage, you know. People saying that they'd wasted all their time because the server was getting taken down. Like, it was always going to. You should have known it was going to happen. And at the end of the day, you enjoying yourself, the time wasn't wasted. You know, hot take perhaps, maybe controversial, angry rage comments incoming, but yeah, it's happened with every game, you know, any game that has an online presence that isn't just purely single player, there will be official servers and they will go away. The first game I ever played online was Command & Conquer. And, you know, those servers went away. You move on. To an extent, there's an incentive to make official servers terrible so that people feel inclined to go out and buy their own. You know, just good enough that it makes the game, like, you know, hook them in. Just enough that they want to keep playing more. Son of a... But, like, just enough to get them to stick around, but bad enough that they decide, you know, sod this, I'm going to get my own server. You know, that's what you need for official servers. I think PvP I understand a bit more, because I think PvP on unofficial servers is a lot, it's very different, because you're generally playing with the same people all the time. 120's not bad. I finally found one. What are your stats? Okay, I take it back. You're terrible. 30 weight's nice. Don't like the rest of your stats. Might tame it just for the weight, but yeah. Like, official PvP, there's so many servers clustered together, and people will come and go. You know, you'll raid, you'll fight with a tribe, that tribe will eventually quit, a new one will come along and you'll fight again. And you don't really feel bad about killing anyone, because that's the whole thing, you know. But if you play on an unofficial server, you're going to have a more limited population. And you might, you know, you don't really want to drive people off. You don't want to make the server empty. So if you fight the way official servers are and you like completely wipe a tribe, there's a high chance they just don't come back and now your server is dying. So I think official PvP is a bit more understandable. I still don't think you should be outraged that it ended, because like the company has to make money. That was draining money. Had to go sometime. They'd been up 10 years. More than most games. But I do understand that, you know, moving to unofficial wasn't really the same feeling. That's what Conan did. And yes, pillaring, if you're official PvE and people like claiming a base radius is ridiculous. Maybe they just need to make, I've gone way off where I wanted to be. Maybe they just need to, like, give tribes a structure limit. I know there's a certain amount of structures you can build within a certain radius, but maybe they just need to have a structure limit in it. People can't build gigantic bases. You could set it fairly high, but it would remove the ability to pillar out a whole map. Like, that's always seemed crazy to me. That tribes essentially claim a whole server, you know? In both PvE and PvP. No, you know, PvPers will lock down the map and that's it. This is their server now, no one else is allowed on it. And PvEs will pillar everything. Like, no wonder the official servers are struggling at that point. One server per tribe. Where was that frog I wanted to check? It ran off while I was caproed. Hello? Yeah. End of the day, like, play how you find fun, as long as you're not hurting other people. That's fine, but it's not for me. And official servers are not an entitlement, they are like sort of a privilege, you know. 45. Yeah, frogs can be anywhere on the map, but they are most likely in the north part of the Bloodstalker trees. I'm gonna do a circuit of the map and see if I can find one. See what's out there. Have one flag you can plant with a big building radius, say 6 small radius flags for outposts and traps. Yeah, 7 Days to Die has a land claim block. I'm sure some other games do the similar thing. But yeah, a land claim block, and that's where you can build. I mean, that's how Monarchy normally does things. Obviously, we're on the creator server right now, so we're a bit less restricted, but the community servers give you a little... It's like 40 by 40 foundation sort of flag to plant. I think it used to be a circle. They used to just use the dino leash and just say you can build anything that fits inside the dino leash. Now it's a square, and I'm pretty sure it's 40 by 40 foundations. So it's a pretty big area. But they have to, because you get a lot of people on those servers during a season. There needs to be limits on how much people can build. And again, same rules. Put down a trap. Then you pick it up. The exceptions being, I think some seasons they allow things like wyvern traps, as long as it's unlocked so that everyone can use it. If you put down like sap taps on a tree platform, make sure it's unlocked for everyone as well. Just as a common courtesy. I understand it not being that way for PvP, but yeah, PvE you should definitely get some sort of limitation. I think it's better for server performance, and it's better for long-term game health. You won't get these epic scale battles of, like, I'm sure the feeling of wiping out an entire server is a pretty big high, but I'd rather have it be less laggy, personally. Hello, Sansony? Welcome. I'll get turned around in the bog so easily. But yeah, some sort of land claim. Give it like an auto decay, like a really fast auto decay on like anything outside of your land claim, so you can still build a trap, but it'll disappear like in a couple of hours. Something that wouldn't be sustained by having like a tribe member online, because then big tribes will always just prevent it decaying. But from what I understand, one of the reasons that PvP unofficial doesn't have the offline protection is because people essentially would they make a tribe with an alt account and then ally up with that tribe and then use the alt account one to, like, say, block a cave entrance with their main tribe living in the cave, and then nobody could raid them because the alt tribe was never online, so it was always raid protected. But that wouldn't cause problems with the land claim thing, because you can't build in allies' territory anyway, I think. Or at least you could make it so you couldn't build in allies' territory. I wonder if it's something they've thought of before and just, like, they have a reason they chose not to do it. Like, similar for cave building. The tribe tower, when they revealed that during Extra Life, I think it was, when they revealed the tribe tower, they said part of the design of it was to try and reduce, like, the cave meta in PvP. stop people building in caves as much by having the tribe tower be something that needed to be built outside. And I always just thought, would the best way to stop the cave meta not just be turn off cave building? But again, I assume they've at some point had a discussion about that and come to the conclusion that no, it needs to stay. I just don't know why. I'm not a PvPer, so it's not something I can really... Yeah, I think in a completely different way. I'm sure somebody, like, if there's any official PvPers in chat, can probably explain it, like, explain why that's not a viable solution quite easily. But that was always the thing that sort of came to my mind. And I assume Wildcard have done the same. They'll have come up with some of these ideas and just, you know, taken a different route. I'm not going to pretend to understand why. Backlash of turning off cave building would be too much. But every PvPer I have ever spoken to always says they hate the cave meta. It's sort of, but that's, surely that's the way to stop it. You'd have to, I think, do new servers. Like, it's too late to implement it now, probably. You'd need new servers. Because otherwise anyone who's already built in a cave has got problems. No frogs! Still no frogs. Oh, wait! Frog! Level 20. The bog is not being kind to me today. I can't tame you. You're level 5 as well. I don't want to tame you. Body 5. Slight improvement. We're still 120 is our best. Why are there leeches out here? Anyway, yeah. I'm not an official player. Should probably stop commenting on it 20 minutes ago before I've annoyed everyone who is an official player. There's no right way to play the game. It's just, you know, have fun. I would appreciate some spawns though. That would be fun. And not spawning those. Smaller things, please. Smaller hopping things, or like, you know, flying, buzzing things. I'll take both. But not acros. The whole let's take a break from bee taming or bee hunting to tame a frog is not going well. None of this is going well. Neither did the basilisk hunt. Cannot find anything today. The game just does not like me. I've tried looking for 3 different species, and I've found no good levels of anything. You're going to enjoy official as long as you can. When they're gone, you assess what you'll do then. I didn't know you were an official player, Red Robster. Exactly. Everyone plays it a different way. Like, there are aspects of official that I think I would really like. But there are also aspects that I would really hate. Like, I think balance is done around the idea of official. So, you know, some of the more powerful creatures are balanced by having like a very long taming time or like very high food costs. I'm thinking things like Thylers. If you don't have, you know, kibble, you lose so much taming effectiveness on official. But on an unofficial, where taming is boosted, yeah, you know, you might be quite okay to lose a level from your taming in exchange for using a lower food, you know? It's like, well, it's only 1 level. But, or like wyverns, you know. Wyvern raising, you need milk. That's part of the balance of a wyvern. I mean, it's no longer the huge powerhouse it used to be. Oh, come on, I'm in like 2 inches of water. That's the whole reason I shot you, was to lure you into this, like, into land. Let me move! I think I'm just... Okay, I'm not still stunned, I'm just meshed inside the barrier. Jeez. Yeah, wyverns, you know, they were a massively powerful creature. Not so much these days, they've been power crept quite a lot, but they were a hugely powerful creature. And part of the balance of that was that getting the egg was already a challenge, because, you know, you could just die to the angry wyverns around you. And then you need the milk to raise them. That's part of the balancing factor for them. Now, obviously, that's less of an issue now that we have bison, which I don't think bison should have given milk for that reason. I don't think it should be countering that problem. Might have to check out in there. But if you're playing on unofficial, often the rates are so much higher that you don't need milk. Unless it's a really low level wyvern, it will be finished raising to an adult before it has starved, you know? And then it goes back to eating meat. So I think the balance is done around official. Tames are balanced on official. So that does have some appeal to me. You know, it does feel a little bit like playing the way it was meant to be played. But that is countered by the fact that I really don't want to spend, you know, after spending all this time finding a tame, I don't want to then spend like 3 hours babysitting it and a week raising 1 child. So all the interesting aspects of it are kind of offset by just, oh my god, it's so slow. Yeah, so you can't do a wyvern on official without milk, but you can on unofficial servers because it's just faster. So it takes away some of the difficulty of getting a wyvern. Oh dear. Hmm. Yeah, there's pros and cons to everything. God, this fog, man. I can barely see. Used to breed ice wyverns that could be raised on ×2 without feeding at all. See, most unofficial servers, like I think we're on like 10 times mature speed on this server. Taming is ×3, but yeah, maturation is I think ×10. We obviously don't have wyverns on this map, but definitely would not need milk for a wyvern's ear. The only other thing for me is I really like the early game. That's my favourite part, which is partly why I've enjoyed this season. You know, we've had these lower restrictions, and it's taken time to work up. I like the early game. I like extending the early game. Unofficial, with how long things take to tame and breed, I think by the time I could breed like an early game creature, I'll already be, you know, max, well not max level. Max level is with all ascensions. I'd be level, you know, level 100. So I think everything being so slow means that the early game somehow manages to be shorter. Like, you get even less done in the early game. I don't like that. I want to enjoy the early game for as long as possible. Awful. We got Prime, everything else crap. I wonder how doable a playthrough would be where you can't level up. Stuck at level 1 permanently. So obviously you wouldn't be able to get any engrams. You can get things from loot, but you wouldn't be able to, like, open most crates. You'd be, like, limited to white crates. You could still tame things. Oh god, no, you actually, how much could you tame? There might be ways to do it. I'm kind of intrigued now. A level 1 only playthrough. I think there might be ways. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to use any of the particularly late game creatures because you wouldn't be able to get saddles for them. You wouldn't be able to make them. You wouldn't be able to get them from drops because you can't open the drops. Why would you want that? It's more just like, you know, curiosity. So I was saying I like the early game, and I was thinking, well, you know, how long could you extend the early game? Are you wrong for hoping if they make Arc 2 it'll be even harder? I'd like harder. But it also depends on how it's made harder. When I first played Arc, you know, it was like dying to raptors every 5 minutes. Anytime I saw a raptor, it was just, oh god, no, like, not again. Even though it's just a raptor. Most of the bigger stuff you could see coming, so you were a bit, you know, easier to avoid it. Just, I just won't go into that little patch of trees, because there's a Rex in there, you know. Hell, the first time we fought a Rex, I you know, I think we had like an Anki and a Sarko and a Trike. And we saw a Rex coming over and I was like, oh god, run! You know, leave the creatures! just go, get out! And I'd seen that you needed, it was like 20 Rex arms to do a boss fight. And I was like, how are you meant to get 20 Rex arms? Like, you've got to kill like 10 Rexes? That's crazy! Like, that alone is going to be such a hard task to do. Everything felt really hard on that first run. And then, yeah. Like, you learn, and suddenly the game actually is really not that hard. Heck, I think the big difference for us on that first run, because we didn't get a PT straight away. Like, it wasn't like we hit 38 and we tamed a Pteranodon. I think we had like much bigger stuff long before we ever even looked at a Pteranodon. And then when we finally got one, it was like, oh my god, this is so different. No longer are we in danger every single time we try and walk down the beach. No longer bringing half a dozen tames with us everywhere we went. Why are there piranha here? It was constant horror, yeah. Like, it was literally, you know, let's go explore. Let's bring 5 trikes, you know, we're going to need protection. And then you get a PT and you learn to fly and just, oh my god, this game actually, you know, the fear just kind of disappears. But certainly the more you play it, the more you get used to it. Like, I still, you know, today we've had death loops. We still have good sessions and bad sessions, but it's a lot easier than like it feels when you first start playing. So I would love it if, you know, a hypothetical Arc 2 was more challenging. But it needs to be challenging in the right way. I don't mind just like increasing enemy damage and stuff too much, but there is a limit to how far you can go with just pure number pumping for difficulty. Especially in Arc where, you know, you just breed. So if the numbers get too big, you just, well, like, I just breed for longer. So you have to find some other way to make it more challenging. Bosses are basically just a DPS check after all, so... We'll have to see if Arc 2 comes out at all before we see what happens with it. I'm not really feeling like it's coming at the moment. I do like a bit of difficulty. I feel like a lot of the time difficulty ends up being, you know, applied through things like, you know, ooh, this biome's really hot, or this biome's really cold, and it's like, well, okay, that's difficult for a short while, you know, and then you get like some half decent armor, or you level up a few times, or you build a campfire, and suddenly, you know what, difficulty gone. Sometimes you can get honey from the interactions with the poison plants in the bog. I mean, I would love a bee, but I didn't know there was other ways to get honey on the map. Like, that's the main... You know, obviously, we want a bee so that we can make kibble. And we're not having any luck with the bee, but I've kind of given up on it now, and now I'm hunting for frogs. But which plants? Poison plants. Which are the poison? I've not really been in the bog too much, and I never played on ASE, so I don't know what would be referred to as poison plants. Is it those big, they don't really look plant-like to me, but big things that have a constant like green cloud coming out of them? They give you like a Dilophosaur effect on you when you go stand next to it. Big tree looking thing that spits at you. Spit? There's a spitting tree. Okay, I didn't know you could interact with them. I thought it was just stand next to it is bad. You know, don't go near it. And there was something I could do with it. I also wasn't paying attention. Run away! No, don't swim. I said run. Okay, it stopped. It stopped. It's alright. We're good. Panic over. Okay, I just keep getting turned around here and I'm not going where I want to go. I'm putting down a rally point, so if I get turned around again, I know where, like, which direction. Oh, you children! That's a children. What are you guys like, eh? One of the things, again, too late to really change this. You could maybe do it as part of a map. You know, mod maps can often have different rules. But one of the things I always thought would be good for a difficulty shift would be some of the bigger creatures just not being tameable. You know, like if a Giga wasn't tameable and it was just like a force of nature that roamed the map. You know, just sort of, oh crap, avoid the Giga. Oh, that's another one. That's another one. No, no, no. Or like say if you could only tame up to like level 100 but wilds could spawn up to 150. Kind of like how we have with the feral megs, but less obnoxious, you know. Like the problem with the feral megs is they spawn around you. It's constant and annoying. But just making it so that the wildlife is actually a bit more of a challenge. Unless they're going to make a huge amount of money off it, you think Arc 2 is pretty much ASA already, but maybe they will just slap the Arc 2 title on a new set of maps. I mean, we have that upcoming DLC of, like, Tales of Santiago or whatever, which is meant to be set on the planet from Arc 2. It's meant to be like an Arc 2 prequel. Or like Arc 1.5 or something. Arc 2 was meant to be different gameplay-wise, though, wasn't it? They said Souls-like combat, but my assumption is more along the lines of how Conan's combat works. That's what I assume they meant. Not Souls-like as in, you know, it like the whole way that Dark Souls is like super punishing and you know, that kind of thing. These ones? Are these the ones we mean? But yeah, there was going to be that, and there was going to be AI tribes. And obviously then it was set in a new environment. It was on a new planet. So you would have, like, potentially some alien creatures in there as well. The AI tribes thing, I really like the idea of giving you something that actively, like, tries to assault your base. I liked the idea of that, but we kind of got that with Lost Colony anyway. I feel like Lost Colony might have been a tester for Arc 2. What am I carrying that's weighing so much? Am I really carrying that much weight? Huh. Go touch it. Well, no, I was expecting that the Conan-style combat to be for the player, not for the dinos. I didn't think they'd be making dinos do dodge rolls, you know? Okay. I feel like I'm going to regret this. Oh, I can get... Yeah, okay, gather resources. Yeah, hi, Wolf. Biotoxin, absorbent substrate. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. I mean, if I'm only getting 1 to 2 honey on the occasional tree, I'm not going to be able to make much kibble. Still need a bee. But this is at least, like, a step, you know? True, I do have 11 thatch walls. That was for bee taming, you know, to stop it from just flying off. But I wasn't overweight before. I picked up something along the way. It might just be the prime meat probably doesn't help. But I swear I wasn't like particularly overweight before. Okay, well, now I've got to...
Really?
I'm nowhere near it! I'm just gonna hop around and touch some plants then. You stay. Yeah, I had no idea this was a thing. I would like more than just gas balls, really. And biotoxin I can get in loads of places. Mostly in the sea, you know. Plus we can we buy biotoxin if I want to abandon my hex challenge? We can't buy honey. Unless I give money to Rasclark. Sap we have no need for. We can get sap by the, like, thousands in the Luna. So I can see 4, 5, 6. I don't know which ones I've already done. But the bees, man! Have I done this one? I have. Where are the bees? Like, if honey was a guarantee on these, I would, yeah, probably be okay with this. By the time I've run in a circle around in all 6 plants, I can probably get, you know, another set. The timer will be up and I can keep doing it. If it was honey for every interaction, that's great. But so far I have none. I can make lots of gas masks when we unlock them though. I've got loads of absorbent substrates. Nope. If my tide pit wasn't already evolved, this would be a good way to do it. Stand next to these plants. I have to really want it. But I also really want a bee. And that's not worked so far. I also really want a frog. And we found like 4. That were all pretty terrible. Is this the first one I did? Nope. Where's honey? I was lied to. There's no honey. You just wanted me to be poisoned. And here's some doubt. Okay, right. Oh boy. I really want honey. Come on. This is my ticket. All the honey will be mine. Honey is the greatest thing in this game. My life will not be complete without some honey. Please. Why won't the poison trees love me? Why won't they love me? I even let them, you know, poison me. Which apparently is spitting. I can't say that looks like spit to me, but you know. You wish your name was Honey? I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, you seem like a nice person, Poseidon, but I don't think, you know... We just, you know, we don't know each other that well. Can't really say that my life won't be complete without you. Should we say, oh, gas was my thought. I just thought, you know, it's. I said poison trees. Are they the ones? Or you said poison plants, and I was like, well, do you mean the one that's like, you know, it's got like a green gas coming out of it? And you said yes, it's spitting. Like, gas. It's just clearly gas. You feel like Jim is Loki and Ark God. Don't tell me Jim has somehow managed to find a bee now. If Jim's just gone out and found a bee, like, can he stop? Just every time I want to do something, Jim picks the same task and somehow succeeds. But when we're doing different tasks, he doesn't succeed at anything. He just dies another 300 times. Like, he only succeeds if I'm trying to do the same thing. I've noticed this. And I don't like it. It's wrong. Still no honey. No, but if anyone's gonna find it, it's him. His man know the map like the back of his hand. He tore the lance around yesterday for the crystal that gives element. That's easy. It's just all over the volcano. You've just got to go into the volcano and go stand near the lava in the big danger zone, and it's full of element crystals. It's kind of funny though that Jim spent the first 2 weeks just endlessly dying in pursuit of a single magmasaur egg, and he just couldn't get it. And now he spends more time in the volcano than anywhere else. But like, now that he's got the rabbits, suddenly he's like, he feels so much more confidence. That one tame has changed his life. For me, it was the wolf that changed everything. I was really, like, I wouldn't say struggling that first week, but I just couldn't really get anything done. Like, even trying to do a meat run was a pain, and I had constant, like, fairies and bison outside my base that would just, you know, they were a real problem. And then I finally found a good wolf on, like, day 4, and the whole game just changed. Yeah, I'm not telling Jim that Jim's not allowed to know I'm going for a bee, because he will somehow, like, turn up and it'll be on the first tree he sees. And then it'll sit there and, like, somehow be bugged with no aggro. It'll just ignore him and he'll, like, walk over to it and just be tamed. The hive will explode in front of him and shower him in queen bees. Instantly tamed with no interaction, just free bees. It can't be allowed to happen. I've got 31 absorbent substrate and 106 congealed gas. 0 honey. I don't think this is the answer to my honey problem. I'll do one more rotation and see if I finally get, like... Yeah, maybe the honey just comes in really big quantities, but it's rare. Maybe that's it. You know, maybe like I have to do what, like 1 in 20 trees gives me honey, but it gives me like 300 honey. Or you're all lying to me and there's no honey at all. And you just wanted me to run around in a circle being poisoned. As you mean. Unfortunately, I don't know the map well enough to know which one it is. I'm putting a lot of trust in you guys. At least the poison doesn't kill me. If it killed me, I'd definitely be, you know, thinking you were lying. You would so ever, Lucy. You absolutely would, and you know it. Do you know where there's honey? I'll take that as a no. You're nice and trustworthy. It's a tree with 2 legs, 2 arms, a tail, and a billion teeth.
We going exploring?
I see, I see. And it's a tree, you say? Okay, well, I feel like there's enough testing. Safely say that there is no honey. Back to the frog hunt, I guess. I just want to tame something today. Come on. No basilisks, no frogs, no bees. Just throw me a bone. I can't have a stream that's been going for 4 hours and literally do nothing. There has to be something. The trees only drop gas, substrate, and biotoxin. Really? It wasn't you who told me to do the trees, it was someone else. So... Again though, people I don't know well enough to know if they're trolling me. And sap. Mm-hmm. Now you'll all be going back to your friends. Go, you'll never guess what remains Freyn do. Ah. At least it didn't involve me dying though, so I'll take that as a plus. You know, it could have been worse. No one was joking about the trees with arms and legs. Oh. I see, I see. The trees with arms and legs were true, were they? Hang on. Why is my bitrate just suddenly tanked? What's going on there? Okay. Seems to have calmed itself now. No idea what that was about. I'm streaming at 8K bitrate because I don't have amazing internet. To be honest. Like I really wish I could do higher, but I want like 10 meg upload speed max, so I've gone for 8K, and yet I checked my network activity to see why OBS was tanking. Like heard something started like updating in the background against my will, They claimed OBS was using 20 meg. I don't even have 20 meg. I don't know where it suddenly found a bunch of extra bandwidth, but I'm even more confused about why it suddenly decided to use it. Wait, so don't go and fight the arms and legs trees with teeth? Man. The twists and turns today. Come on, frogs. Where are you at? And we're gonna go over to this way. I'm setting rally points so that I don't get sidetracked as much. Hi, Capro. Nice to see you. Right, you have to turn around so many rocks and little trees and stuff that I keep ending up going in the wrong direction. Rally points are going to be my savior. Did I get a bee? Yeah, we got like 6, man. Bees for days. That's why I'm not looking for them anymore, you know. Yeah, we just, there's no point. We've got too many. I can never use all these bees. It's definitely not that I got fed up of looking and needed a break. You know, it's because we've got too many. It wouldn't be fair to the other players to take all the bees. So no bees then? Yeah, no bees. I wish there was a bee. Like, not even taming a bee right now, I would accept finding a bee, you know. The taming can be like attempted after. I'll be a bit sad if it fails, but at least you know, I'll have gotten closer than I am. So if I still can't find bees, and I can't find frogs, and I can't find basilisks, what do I do? I still need to try and find a few good water tames. I could do some mission running, I guess. Like we could maybe go run the brute deer mission and see if we get some decent loot from it. So I could do with some weapons. Maybe a nice blueprint if I'm lucky, you know. Frog! Level 10. Starting to wish I'd picked up that 120 that had terrible stats, but was still 3 times higher level than everything else I've seen. Yeah, some water tames might be nice. I still need those. I still need a pig. Still yet to find a pig with more than like 26 health. Thank you. What else? What else do I want? I could run some milestones. I mean, that's just bounties at the moment, I think. I think I've got a bounty to like, sorry, a milestone to do bounties. Just basically run around and kill, scorpions or something. Spino, do you think I need a Spino? I don't have a Spino. I also don't have kibble. Because yeah, I wasn't expecting bees to be quite this hard to find, so the only things I've got are like kibble eggs. Almost every creature I've tamed so far has been a mammal. So the only thing I've got for kibble production is the Uties. And the Uties, well, are only useful for the honey requiring kibble, so if I was to... Spinos don't need the top kibble, do they? But if I was to go for a Spino... yeah, prime fish is I think the next best food. Best to use a low-level Bloodstalker to find the hives. We had a look in single player, and the distance that you can see the hives from is really, really low. I mean, it does still highlight them, which is more than I've got now, but it only highlights ones that were basically already close enough to see myself. So we kind of decided that it's not worth getting the Bloodstalker and the hassle of me trying to learn to control it. Let's keep those, keep those, keep that. Let's drop this. Can I make some more parachutes, and I'll go back to gas bagsing around. One last bee hunt, I think, before I throw in the towel. I think a pocket spider would be more useful, slow but more controllable. I do have a spider with me. I do have one. Yeah, I don't think seeing the hives has really been a massive issue, as much as the hives just don't exist in the first place, but we could be wrong. But it's the exact same vision on the Uranio and the Bloodstalker we checked. The Uranio is just not mobile like the Bloodstalker. It's not this tree, it's that one that I found had all the hives in single player. Right. Yeah, like I'll go up and I'll throw out the Uranio if we think that'll help. Yes, although I couldn't see any in the trees in single player with the Bloodstalker vision, but I could see them with the tech helmet. The Bloodstalker vision doesn't seem to show things like on the other side of a branch or the trunk or anything, which the tech helmet does. So I don't think it was really helping to see meshed ones. But, I mean, we'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. I had a lot less mesh issues in single player. I did find some, but a lot less. So we'll pop out here. Let's put that on my hotbar for now. Just, I'm going to be using it a lot. Out comes the spider. Turn on the climbing. And just keep an eye out for red. Like if it was like the tech helmet and highlighted things through the tree, I could just go up and down one side. It'd be so much quicker. Gotta be careful I don't leave Monty in a tree, haven't I? If I suddenly get Bloodstalkered. Yeah, oh, tech helmet is yeah. Like you can see them from a decent distance. You can see them through the trees. It's much better with the tech helmet. Which branch did I leave Monty on? Just put him back on the tracker. Yeah. Yeah, it's the fact it's only on one side that's the problem there. Hello, where's Monty? Why is Monty not on my list? I didn't cry him up, did I? There it is. There. So I can't see where the icon's pointing. Definitely easier to control than the Bloodstalker. Well, for me at least. And as we established, the Bloodstalker climbing seems to be reliant on you sprinting. So, right. I'm going to call this tree empty. I'm going to use rally points again. These aren't all the trees that can have them, but these are all the ones I've seen one in. I'm going to give in and turn off fog, which makes red apparently. Not sure that helps actually in the end. Why does fog turn the fog from red to green? That's really weird. We can also do volumetric cloud off, which didn't change a thing, and just general fog off. And now it's wow, it's really red. Damn! That is incredibly red. Okay, well, let's start a bit higher up and we'll work our way down. Don't throw me off the tree. If anyone sees something, you know, yell. Yeah. So this is going to be much worse of a strategy on the like the big trees, because they're going to be filled with bloodstalkers. And I'm going to get grabbed, pulled away from the tree, and then I'm going to have a spider and a gasback stuck in the tree. I suppose I could go the opposite way with those. I could climb from the bottom up. And that way, at least when I fall down, you know, I've got Monty at the bottom. Ah, 2 trees down. Now I just need to find a safe place to dismount. No. Damn you, Dino Depot. I assumed I still had slot 2 selected and it would be an empty ball. It was not. Praying for the arc glitch. Maybe I should have left the fog on if it's going to be this red. That's probably not going to help with, you know, looking for a red outline, is it? What was that? They just fell down from the tree. It wasn't very bloodstalker shaped. So something gets grabbed, I assume. Parasol, maybe? I don't think I've actually seen them grab a wild yet, only me. I mean, we were using photo mode to do it earlier. We were just landing and then spiraling the tree in photo mode. Which, okay, it doesn't give us the red outline, but like, you should be able to spot them when you're looking that close. And I don't think this is going to help us find ones that are in the mesh, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't show up. Like, this is why I didn't think the Bloodstalker was particularly helpful, though. Because by the time we see it while we're doing this, we're going to be basically right in front of it anyway. You know, it should be in my face. If I see a red highlight suddenly, you know, I crawl around the corner, oh look, a beehive! Do I really need the outline at that point? But we'll try anything. I need a bee. Yeah, that's Vino's got a foundation and a couple of ceilings on the side of the tree. Presumably from Bloodstalker taming. It might have been when he tamed a bee. Don't know. Now, if flyers were allowed on the map, you could obviously, you know, have like one person carry the spider and another ride it with the vision. You found yours going to the treetop and slow falling. I did find one the other day, or yesterday even. I found one like very quickly at the top of one of the trees. I just didn't manage to tame it. It immediately flew up to the skybox. So that was unexpected. I prepared everything for the bee falling down. Say that, but I've probably gone past a few hives. I would hope I've not gone past a few hives, like this close in my face. That would be pretty bad. I already feel blind in the game sometimes without adding that to it. But as I said, we'll try anything. Next tree. I'll do circuit down to the bottom. I'll go around these outer ones. They could potentially be blocking these spawns, but if that was the only place that was one spawning, you know, that'd be... No, it can't. Can't be a problem, surely. Sure, another streamer put a cliff platform under the hive and built a box around said hive to keep the queen contained and tamed through a window wall. Every other bee I've ever tamed, when I break the hive, it falls down. You know, the bee goes down towards the ground, and then I just sprint up and press E. So I built walls along the sides of the hive, down to the tree branch, because I didn't want it to fall off the branch. I just wanted it to go, you know, straight down, and then I was going to run in and grab it. And instead, it went straight up. This time, if I find one, I am fully enclosing it, you know, it's not getting away. I don't think I should need a spider for this. This is a small tree, so... Let's start up high. Make it nice and slow. I mean, the one I found yesterday, I was just flying around with the gas bags. I didn't even like do photo mode. I didn't have an Uranio. I just flew up and went, there's a hive. Seen a single thing today. Must be the most patient person. I don't mind like grinding. You know, I'm quite happy to go and like just grind materials that I need. That doesn't bother me. You know, like long taming and stuff doesn't bother me. It's helped by the fact I've got you guys to talk to. If you weren't here, you know, and I was just doing this on my own, I'd have got on board so much quicker. I would have just left. To be honest, I kind of feel like you lot are being more patient than I am, because you're not even playing the game. You're just watching a person look at trees. I don't know how you guys haven't given up and gone somewhere else, you know. I'm grateful, because if you all leave, then that's it. I'm definitely not looking for a bee anymore, but I don't know how you're putting up with it. Yeah, I just really need the bee. If I don't look today, I have to look tomorrow. Although it looks like I'm going to have to look tomorrow anyway. So, yeah. I did spend the second day of the season just trying to tame a Mega Callan, which was like 4 hours of basically leading Megalodons away, only to find them respawn again as soon as I got back to the turtle, you know. So yeah. But at least that one I was feeling like there was progress, you know. I could see sort of like I wasn't succeeding, but I could see a way for it to succeed. I could see potential, you know. Like, oh, if I can just draw these Megalodons away for another minute, you know, I could just get them far enough that I can get the taming started, and then, you know, that's the hard part done. Here, I'm just not seeing like anything that suggests we're even close, you know. There's nothing to make me think, you know, oh well, just doing it. If I can just do this one thing, it'll improve, and we'll be fine. If I was finding bees but failing to tame them, that's a very different situation again, you know, because then there's things I can do there. Like, yeah, oh well, the next one I'll build a bigger box, or the next one I'll, you know, I'll try cactus broth, or things like that. There's not really much I can do to improve them not existing. And they don't share spawns with anything else, so I can't do the standard arc thing of just culling the entire area. So this is honestly really quite annoying. We all know Ark's got a lot of bugs, but I wonder how many of the other bugs, like how much of the frustration of those like compares to, okay, sentence structure, but how does that compare to the frustration of spawn issues? Because a lot of Ark frustration is just spawn issues, you know. Like not being able to find a good level, or the, you know, creature just not existing. Like trying to find a Giga or a Karkar on most maps is that's a lot of culling creatures until one finally pops in. How much do bad spawns account for it? Along the level aspect, I do generally prefer the story maps to the non-story ones, even though they've got lower levels. I think it's partly because when you find a high level, it feels more like it's more of a big deal. But yeah, bad or like difficult taming processes or bugged taming processes or failed tames are all far less annoying if you have more more chances to do it. Or bad stat rolls. Every time you get a bad stat roll, you're like, yeah, whatever, because there'll be another one along in a few minutes. There is a PvP event. Do we think they're fixed? I've not looked at the Discord since the last one. I don't know if there's still bugs with it. Is it worth maybe trying to sign up for one? For a bit of a break from bees. We've got an hour, so we can check who's signed up in like 45 minutes. I just need to nip to the bathroom. Second, I'll leave Monty here and I'll be back. Next tree. Let's go down for these ones, and then we'll work our way into the inner ring. Yeah, go for the non-bloodstalkery trees. Oh, is somebody doing a Bloodstalker race? I just saw one fly past at high speed. That's gotta be someone doing the race, right? I did not, Gondor. I haven't found anything like that I've been looking for. I've taken several breaks to look for other creatures, and I've still not found a bee. Yeah, someone's doing English Wing Beta. Not a lot of people finished the beta. But yeah, I mean the speed that that Bloodstalker went past. Oh, there it goes. Who is it? Who's riding it? I saw them hit the bottom of the tree there. I haven't seen them leave it. But they're going really fast. Like, it shows how quick a Bloodstalker can be. If you can learn to control it. Which I can't. Okay. Let's go. Again, I don't feel like this is really necessary. If we're just going around the tree like this, photo mode should do it. I don't really need the spider vision if I'm crawling on the tree. Chance of missing something, you know. Oh, there it goes again. Yeah. Maybe dangling up and down with the web line is better. Problem is you only see one side of the tree when you do that. But it does also actually make the spider vision have a purpose, because I can just go up and down quite quickly with the web line. And you know, at that point the red outline actually has a purpose, because it means I can speed up the checking. What the hell was that? I thought it was lag at first, but then it fell straight down, so... Clearly not lag. That was just mid-air spidering. There they go again. I'm assuming whoever it is keeps restarting the race. God, I hate the view underneath the spider. I've gone past Monty. That also means I haven't checked higher up though if I've gone past him. But yeah, the red outline is meant, like, it's so we could search quicker. You know, at a glance it'll pop up instead of me having to focus search for it. But that's kind of useless if I'm having to roll around a tree to do so. Does anyone know what respawn timers on bees are like, actually? Like, maybe in a few hours there'll be an extra hive that wasn't previously there. If I come back just before tomorrow's wipe, maybe that's my best chance of finding one. What do we need honey for? Primarily for kibble, but also we were looking yesterday at potentially taming a Helicoprion. Because it's a KO tame, it just needs a fancy food, which I thought was level locked. I thought it was an engram, and it's not. We can actually make the food at any time. So Helicoprion is tameable, but the food needs honey. So, you know, it's kibble and other. Mostly kibble though. It's like better thylers will need the good kibble, golems need good kibble. Most, like, you know, say we talked briefly about the idea of a Spino before, but without kibble, it doesn't need honey for that kibble, but I don't have any eggs for it right now, so it's probably, if the hives exist, it's less hassle to get a bee than it is to get a bunch of eggs. What else needs the good kibble? Yeah, I know, making it a basic part. Is feeding the Helicoprion level locked to 91, or is it just the saddle? Because we established that the saddle is 91. But everyone yesterday was saying that there's no level lock on taming. Which I was a bit skeptical about, because all the other Arc Editions creatures seem to have a level lock. Either way, kibble, you know, very handy to have. Who doesn't want kibble for better tames? So, yeah, I would just like a bee. Always like to have a bee for the kibble. Well, that's interesting way to go forwards, Spider. When I'm holding forwards, you float away from the tree and then back up. I think we can safely say we're being thorough now, though. No one can say I haven't, you know, tried. We haven't exactly half-assed the bee finding. I do think, though, if somebody went round in Admin Ghost, they'd find trees full of hives. You think Helicoprion saddle is to turn it into a smithy? You can tame and make blueprints without the saddle. Okay. Is it a smithy? I thought it was a grinder. Or is it all three? Is it blueprints and grinder and smithy? Is it, you know? The construction shark. Makes no sense. The grinder I understand. I do not understand, like, I know we've established that a lot of Arc creatures don't make sense. You know, I often try and apply sort of too much logic to abilities that doesn't really belong there, but the idea of, oh, it's got a circular tooth, therefore it can dismantle things and break it down into its individual components flawlessly for you to reconstruct. No. Ridiculous. It's even by Arc standards, I feel like that's a far-fetched one, but you know, whatever. Whatever. It's there. It's already in the game. I think it's a super OP sort of tool to have. Do this every time. I put it on my hotbar and then I get and open my inventory. Yeah, it's like, I feel like it's really overpowered, a very strong ability to have, but it's in the game. It's in the game now, we may as well make use of it. It's not going away anytime soon. But what do I do? Come on, guys. If I can't find a bee, which is seeming incredibly likely, what do I do? Because I have to get something out of this stream. It can't be like a 7-8 hour stream where I accomplish a fat 0. I haven't gained a single tame. I haven't done a single mission. I have absolutely no progress. All I've achieved today is increasing my death counter by 4. What do I do? Yeah, we don't, like on this server, it's been stated, you know, there is no admin support. Like if we lose our gear to the mesh or something, you know, we lose a tame to the mesh, sucks, but basically, yeah, we can't be calling admins to come and try and sort things out every 5 minutes, stuff like that. But I do wonder if, because obviously a lot of people are going to be wanting bees. I wonder if they'd be willing to do like an admin command on the server restart to destroy hives. Son of a... Oh, is this one actually reeling me in, not just letting me go? Did you just attack me on the way down? Oh great, that's 2 of my parachutes gone. Hey Monty. Monty, catch me, Monty. Monty, you didn't catch me!
You're not gonna die on me, are you? Ask a stupid question.
Damn it. I think I had 1 parachute left and I was like, no, I don't want to use it. I don't want to use it. I gotta save my parachute. But yeah, it swung at me as I was falling and broke my parachute. Oh god. Is that the same damn tree as well as last time? I knocked like 3 Bloodstalkers out of that tree and they're still up there. From now on, I'm just avoiding that particular tree because it seems to be the source of all the problems. Yeah, maybe they'll be reluctant to do a hive destroying command because it'll help people get honey without having to buy it from the marketplace. I mean, we've had a lot of restarts, and in theory, the hives don't go away when you do a dino wipe. Maybe that's something that Hyper's mod that's on the server does. Maybe that gets rid of hives on wipe as well. No, 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 no. I refuse.
Stay with me now. Or don't, I guess.
Shut up, Helena. You don't help anyone. Can you stop spawning me over here? And, like, spawn me a bit closer with less angry stuff in the way? No acros that I have to walk around.
Preparing to teleport.
Yeah, say, I don't know if this is part of Hyper's mod, because he has a spawn control mod on the server. Maybe that deals with the hives. But if it doesn't, then dino wipes kill bees, but they don't break the hives. That's why in single player I had a bunch of empty hives where there'd previously been a bee, but I'd done a wipe and the bee had gone. So eventually, if there's not enough wipe, so if there's too many wipes, which we are having at least one wipe a day, then the empty hives will start adding up and causing lag. It should probably be a long time, but maybe we can, you know, use that as a convincing argument to destroy all the meshed hives. Maybe. Fat dog, if you're stream sniping me, you know. Come on, get to it. The source of the high ping is just beehives in trees. You know, like it would be a really like big negative, but it would make me laugh if that was the cause. Like it would just be another one of those things where you're like, oh come on. Like really. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, and it would make me laugh at how stupid it is. Like some of the most random bugs you can get can happen, and you often can't explain why. Even with the PvP mod, when we were testing it the other day, I was told one of the bugs that was happening, and it was like super specific. Like really specific. It was like if you threw out an armor doggo from a dino depot ball, so no other creature, and not with normal cryos, it had to be an armor doggo, and it had to be from a dino depot ball. But if you uncryoed an armor doggo from a dino depot ball while holding a crown from the anomaly in your inventory, not any other crowns, just the anomaly ones, then it would delete the crown. And that is incredibly specific as a bug. I don't know how they managed to find that bug, but it needed that exact combination of stuff. Also, this is literally the same tree as the Bloodstalkers that got me before. Because That's the log I had to run back over to get my body. It's the same damn place. Different Bloodstalker, same spot. I do not like that tree. Yeah. Yeah, Poseidon, it's... there's another one I don't... So it's not Ark. I used to watch a lot of Dead... Watch a lot of Dead by Daylight. I can speak, I swear. I used to watch a lot of Dead by Daylight. And there was... One of the killers... Their power was for some reason aligned with, like... It was related to north and south, even though their power didn't do that. For anyone who plays Dead by Daylight, it's specifically the Skull Merchant has these drones that scan an area, and you can change the direction of the scan. Yeah. And it's got nothing to do with north and south, just the power. You just literally put down a drone, and it rotates like clockwise or anti-clockwise, depending on what you set it to. But if you change the direction of the scan while it was in the southwest quadrant of its scan zone, it would like it would do something specific. Like it would injure the enemy or something. I can't remember the exact bug, but it was something to do with changing the direction in a specific north-south alignment. It was just such a weird bug. And people somehow figured this out. Like they played the character enough that they noticed this only happened under these really specific circumstances. And started using it as like as a mechanic to increase their kill rate and stuff. And it's just like, what? That is... Games can have the most random bugs that, like, I don't know how people find them half the time. Such specific circumstances. It makes no sense. Dragon, we have gone away from the bees, tried to tame a basilisk, couldn't find any. Tried to tame a frog, couldn't find any. We're back to the bees. Can't find any. I just want something. Also, okay, I just didn't put my gear back on. I was worried I left it re-equipped on the body. Yeah, I need something else to do that might actually have a success, so I don't feel like today has been a total waste of time. I'm taking suggestions. I'm willing to take suggestions. I could just run missions to try and get some new equipment. I could try and tame something else. But I am willing to take a suggestion as to what to do. Just so that it's not been an 8 hours of nothing stream. I've got lots of lunar missions left, yeah. I've done Gamma and Beta on the skiff race. I've done the Bulb Dog Ball. I've done Gamma on the Gauntlet. I think that was it. I didn't like the search one in Luna because it kept weaving backwards and forwards over a gas vent, and you know, I don't have a good experience with those gas vents. Flock of Argy's like shoulder pads. Hmm. Just go out, walking around with. I mean, they're not really fast enough to keep up, are they? I was gonna say, I could ride around on my wolf and have like 8 Argies just swarming behind me to protect me. But yeah, they're not really fast enough to keep up. It's certainly an interesting idea, though. I think, weirdly, having a pile of Dimorphs would probably do better. Because a lot of things struggle to actually hit the Dimorph. Yeah, that's why you see them like shredding Rexes and stuff, because the Rex just can't actually hit it. Whereas an RG swarm would probably, you know, they do more damage and they've got more health, but they're far more likely to actually get pummeled. Dimorphs are good for breaking hives. Yeah, I'll bear that in mind if I ever find a hive. Something tells me right now, not going to be a problem that I need to solve. I'm giving up on the spider searching. It's even slower than the photo moding. I think I preferred just flying around the tree on a gas bag, so it was like felt like I was covering more ground. Should we do some underwater taming, maybe? I've got the tide pup now that can I can swim on. We could go look for some stuff. I know some others want to do a boss fight today. I don't think I'll be going along to it because I have nothing to take other than a wolf or a mammoth. It's weird, I feel like I've tamed loads this season, and yet when I go back through my lists, especially earlier, you know, trying to think about what do I have for kibble, and I realise the only egg layers I've got are the bloomin' Uties. Oh, Uties and Tektrikes. Yeah, you've had 2 of us up searching with the stalker for 2 days. You just finally found a hive 5 minutes ago. You're on... did you say you're on official, Jeremy? I'm trying to remember who's official and who's unofficial in the chat. Because on official you won't have any dino wipes, will you? So the only way for a hive to have spawned in for you is if somebody has got rid of another one that was already there. Which means you must have had awful luck to not find one. The gas bag doesn't resist the Bloodstalkers now. I still get... It can't get grabbed, but I can. I just like gas bags. It's a good way to get around on a no-flyer map. But yeah, I can definitely get grabbed off the gas bags. It has happened many times. But they can't steal my tame. Monty will always live on. Unless he gets killed by another volcanic eruption. Then he might have problems. Yeah. There's nothing we can kill to make a hive spawn, is there? Unless we can find meshed ones and break them, which I don't think even that's doable. Explosives, maybe? But I'd have to find the mesh spots. I do really like the gas bags, it's good tame. Sure, it's not as good as a regular flyer, but well, it's good fun. And if you get a good weight one, oh. Honestly, I need a better one, really, but they just don't. Hey, look, again, something else doesn't spawn. I feel like Gen 1 just has spawn issues. Everything is incredibly rare. At Cosmos, I've seen 2, tamed them both, but they're the only 2 I've ever seen. Gas bags, I've seen like 5, 6 maybe? And I've looked several times. Bees, we've seen 1. Between the server, I think we've seen 4, maybe 5, you know? Thylers, there's only 1 spot on the entire map. Literally 1 Thyler at a time. Everything on Gen 1 just seems to be incredibly rare. Even like going around the Luna half the time, the tech creatures seem like very low in number. Yeah. I mean, think of the amount of times I've run back to my body today in the bog and not encountered anything on the way. But, you mean the Desmodus does not exist on this map? No. Gen 1 has a lot of issues. It definitely does. Like, I'm enjoying this playthrough. I am. And I am enjoying the map despite the issues. I think it's a different idea, you know, compared to normal arcs. It's yeah, I like it. It's a bit unique. I think the biomes all look amazing. I'm really enjoying the ship stuff. You know, the Tides of Fortune is, I think, like, again, it's buggy, but it's a lot of fun. I really like the ships. But it definitely feels like they put all their effort into Tides of Fortune. And Gen 1 has got, like, nothing. So many things that could have been fixed. Or, you know, improved upon. I know a lot of people were hoping that the mission system from Gen 2 would be adopted. I've not played either of them, but from what I understand, Gen 2's missions took place kind of like on a separate map, so that they didn't block building and stuff. So that you could actually go and live in the other biomes. So a lot of people were hoping for that to be changed. Also, without fog on, we have the standard view distance issue in the background. Clearly not meant to be playing with fog off. But it definitely feels like the Gen 1 portion of this release has not had any attention to it. All the effort went into the ships. And as much as I'm enjoying those, the fact that we, like, the Galleon was delayed an extra, like, couple of months. So not even the entirety of Tides of Fortune has been delivered as well. And that's after the map was already delayed. So, like, I love Ark, I really do, and I want to, you know, be supportive of Wildcard. I think people are generally a bit too harsh on them for stuff. Really, what have they been doing? What have they been doing? They've not done anything with Gen 1. Tides of Fortune is like half finished. So what's, you know, say all of this was delayed by like a month, 6 weeks or something. So what have they done with their dev time? It's a small indie team. Every developer ever is a small indie team, though. Come on. I've heard this. Yeah, it's like, unless they're called EA or Activision, like, they're always a small indie team. Alright, I've had enough bee hunting. Like, and I mean really enough bee hunting. I can't cope anymore.
Teleport ready.
I know what a hive looks like, yes. I have seen many hive on other maps. I've seen them in single player. I've tamed many bees before. It looks, well, it's like a black and yellow stripy, like, blob on the side of the tree. It's kind of hard to miss when you see one.
Here we go.
Now I can put the fog back on because, you know, I don't
Here we
need
are.
maximum
Right on
visibility
time.
to see clown. There we go. That looks better. Let's go home. Actually, no, wait. There we go. That's where all the effort's gone. It's those damn Explorer Note cutscenes that they did for the Tides of Fortune skill tree. That's where the effort was. The Carl Urban motion capture renders of him eating like 17 dodo legs. That's where it is. We found the budget. To be honest, I might go do an outpost just for funsies. I don't know. Depends on what boss I get. I might really regret doing it and lose everything. But I haven't had a go in a week or so. And I do enjoy them. Home sweet home. With nothing to gain. Oh no, wait, if I go to an outpost, I'll still have gained nothing, won't I? Because it'll spawn like the stupid double boss and screw me. Can't do that. I need progress today. There has to be something. There needs to be some gain from today. I'm gonna check on the sharks and stuff. Wait, do they starve or? No? I threw out 2 Ziffs before. Where'd they go? They haven't starved. And a Meg. I threw out a Meg as well. Nothing has starved. Nothing has died. Right? Ziff released. Ziff released. Megalodon released. I don't see a starve message. Oh no, there we go. They apparently starved when I got back into range. Okay. They did starve just now. Oh, of course. I'm an idiot. I'm so used to having a nanny in the base and not having to feed the babies. I don't have one down here. I never built one in the water pen. So yeah, I put food in the trough. I remember that part. I just forgot about the whole they are babies and don't eat. Ah, damn it. And that Megad actually got the stats as well, so that's extra annoying. Hey, I've been pretty good with babies this season. Until now. I mean, I have terrible luck with stat combinations, but I've been good with feeding them, looking after them. By which I mean I built a nanny. Let's put down the nanny. There we go, nanny down. Link to feeding trough, good, good, good. Well, the good news is I've got more babies where they came from. Bad news is they didn't inherit any of the stats. What did I say my best were for the Ziffs? It's 36-36. This is 36-47. So, yeah, no inheritance of stats. And I want 50-48 for the Megs. And I got my type ups. The fact that the big form can mate with the little form. No, it's just because I threw out babies because I was forgetting. Like, I haven't really played Ark since, like, properly played, as in done a playthrough since the last Monarchy season, and they also, you know, then were using a nanny. So I haven't had to hand feed anything in quite a while. Yeah, forgot about that part. Did the type ups get stats? Come on, type ups, you have to have done something. 46 there, and we've got a 44 health, but 24 damage. So yeah, literally nothing is inheriting stats. Why does this playthrough just hate me and breeding creatures? Just refuses to give me stat combinations. See, that one got everything but the health. 47 stam, 48 weight, 46 damage. No health. And annoyingly, the 44 health I have is on a female, so I can't breed it with that one either. Ah, dear. Mutation in oxygen. Which one? Which one got the oxy mutation? Wait. Oh? No mutations on any of them? Yeah, no mutations. Zero 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 zero. No, you can't say things like that to me. Teeny tiny tide pup. They have to be bred in water, and the eggs have to hatch in water. But you can feed them on land. So you can hatch, not hatch. The babies can be on land. They don't need to grow up in water. They're not like the frog or the axolotl. These are the axolotls. Diplocalus, the you know, the one that they've replaced, completely overshadowed in every way. Yeah. The anglerfish is only down here to provide light. By the way, that's the only reason it's in here. How long until my next meg breeding? Almost 2 hours. We have a Ziff egg though, which is currently hatching. That's part of the problem here, isn't it? I've not been home, which means they haven't been breeding until I got into render, and clearly nobody sailed past. I thought this would be a good spot, you know. People will sail past it all the time. It'll keep getting activated, keep breeding. But yeah, this is my water pen. It's not amazing, and I don't even know why I bothered doing the upside down thing here. I just wanted to hide the legs from outside, but I could have just made it the roof instead. That would have been easier. And built down. Now if I want to expand, I have to go up to the surface. This is my little water pen with lots and lots of doors, purely to save on the structure count. No other reason. It was a pain in the ass to build, because every time I went in the water, 6 megs appear. I did actually use the angler for gathering pearls for the first time ever. I've never used it for pearl gathering. It finally, for once, served a purpose for me. Right, I said I was going to do some water taming, didn't I? I said I was going to water tame. What do I water tame? Oops, didn't mean to do that one. No Untamables is on ASA, yeah. I don't know when it was last updated, so I don't know if it includes light bugs. I know it definitely goes up to Scorched. I found quite a funny thing with it actually when I played with it. on Scorched that because it gives Deathworms a level, I don't think the XP was adjusted, so Deathworms had their normal, like it adjusted the stats. It made Deathworms weaker because of the fact they're tameable. But it didn't change the XP. So I was killing like level 150 Deathworms and like just powering through the XP. And an alpha Deathworm, like I was using it to farm the Drakeling chests, and it's like one Deathworm was like halfway to a maxed out Drakeling. It's a bit silly. Did I evolve a second Tide Bow? I think I did. But which one? I've got one down in the water pen. Tide Pod was evolved to the same one I've got on my shoulder, the advanced version. He's still got his hat. I swear I had 2 of the big version. Okay, I do have 2 of the big version. Yes, hello. You don't have good stats, though, do you? Yeah, your stats are kind of pathetic. You're level 95. You were just purely done for milestones. So let's put you away. Which means I need to go retrieve the one from the water pen. Did you make every shoulder pet able to wear hats? It's going to be disappointed. You always want to make an army of Pegos with armored helmets. Okay, so I need you. We're going for a little ride. Gotta be careful I don't let in any wild megs. I have been a bit worried. I heard that the feral megs were spawning inside people's water pens. So, you know. Not really ideal. So far, so good with it. I haven't had any feral megs in there. I will need some my mates to feed things if I'm going for fishy tames. I don't need my rare flowers anymore, they can go. I'll get tranks. Hopefully won't need them, but I'll get tranks. So I've got transport, I've got knockouts, I've got weapons, I've got spare balls, I've got food, that's everything I should need. Gas bags can go down there, so I still have a way back up to the base. Right. What do we want? Water tames, what do I want? Am I just looking for new Megs? New Ziffs? Or am I going for something a bit bigger? Oh, there's cap space. I thought I was steering around it. Turn! Stupid boat. Bees! Ah, you don't tend to get many underwater bees. No, bees don't tend to be in the water. But yeah, we could go for like a Plessy. I need things I've not done, like almost no ocean bio missions. There's a lot of brute ones in there. I need water tames. So, do I want Moses? Do I want Plessies? Do I want to try and get another dunk? Another Tuso. I didn't bring black pearls. Is that Raz or has someone else got a similar coloured ship? Oh, it is Raz. I can't. Don't see a design on the sails is all. Is he? Is my game just not loading it? Oh, I can normally see his. Of all the sail designs, I can normally see Raz Clark's. Well, the ocean missions require a lot of, like, punchy ocean tames, and I haven't been able to breed them until now because I didn't have a water pen. I've only just, you know, only just finished building the water pen today. Plus, we weren't able to ride anything other than the dolphin until, like, a few days ago, so I was never really, like, shopping for ocean tames. Because I couldn't ride them, which meant I haven't done any ocean missions. Yeah, the dunks do suck, annoyingly, and they're all X-dunks, which means they are much harder to tame than a normal one. But, like, what was it, I tamed a 95? And I put a saddle on it, which I think was like a 45 armor, 44, something around their saddle. And I was advised that there are Ziffs in this pool. A little self-contained pool that spawns a lot of Ziffs. So I took my dunk out and threw it into that pool to kill off low-level Ziffs. And yeah, 95 Ziff pre-tame, so... sorry, Ziff. 95 dunk pre-tame, so it's going to be like, what, 130, 140 after tame? And some levels pumped into it, and a saddle, and it died to a single level 45 wild Ziff. Because of the X buff is so ridiculous. Like, that was just stupid. So the dunk I had is gone. To a single low-level wild Ziff. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about the bleeds, the brute missions, which is why Megs... I don't think the bleed applies to Moda, right? So I still need some other things. And I would like to do something other than just the obvious Megs and Ziffs. So yeah, I'm going to see what's down here. If I see a good dunk, I'll still get a good dunk, but... Hello, leads this. Level 1, dunk level 5. I don't know why I looked at the leads, they're always level 1. Motor has ads. Okay, okay. Say, I've never done it before, so I don't know. I mean, Megs have got the pack boost. In fact, so have Ziffs. It's kind of silly that the two things that have bleed are also the two things with pack boost. That feels a bit like on the dumb side to me, you know. Maybe give some of the other tames a chance to be useful, you know. Spread the love around a bit. One, 3, 5, Ziff. Let's scan it from over here. But it's got friends though. Right, this could be very, very bad. Or it could be absolutely amazing. Let me just check there's no more... Wait, hang on, are you chasing me? You are chasing me. I've not had a helicopter attack me yet. I've been like right up to them, and I've never had a helicopter actually try and attack me. That's a bit weird. But I'm glad I spotted it. Could have been very awkward. Is it given up? Can I safely... unball my tame? Maybe they eat thigh pups, might not distinguish them between small and big. I know they really like Tusos and they really like Ammonites, don't they? So, okay. This could be amazing. Could be horrible. It could just be dead me and dead aim. No, come back! Where'd it go? Come back! I don't think we've got an amazing oxygen stat, so... Yeah, it's you. What's the range underwater? It's so hard to tell how far away I am. Okay, that is a really short range. That is a really short range. I still find it really weird that sea creatures die the second they leave the water in this game. But land creatures are like, no, I can breathe for a little bit. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm okay. Alright, it's right there. Yeah, if this doesn't work, it's gonna maul this spider. No, it got the spider anyway! Put it down! Oh, octopus, octopus! Octopus! Why can I not shoot? Okay. Put the spider down! Can't take many more hits, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think it's... I mean, it is going up. The topper is going up. Please, leave me alone. It's going up, but it's not going up as well as I would like. Ineffective. I think it's just the X buff. Again, I think if it was a normal Ziff, I think that would be fine. But as we've said, the X buff is crazy strong. Where's my boat at? That's Ra's Glance. There's mine. It's the X buff, Kitsune. It's like, you know, 60% damage reduction. It's a huge reduction. It also, while it is slowing them down, it doesn't seem to be giving the effect visually. It's already healed back to full from chomping my spider. Alright, fine, we'll just do it this way then. What were your stats actually? Oh, that's good health. That's good health, yes. We want you. Meg, go away. I don't want you. It's trying to take my trank arrows that aren't meant for it. Okay, that's just rude now. It reduces damage that much, and obviously the spider's torpor is based on the damage. God, I hate these things. Sit still. Be like every other creature in the game and just be still. Yeah, Balwick. I mean, for a start, you know, like, stream's been going like 8 hours. Could have tamed a bee for all you know, but no, I didn't. I failed. Mostly because the bees don't seem to exist. Yeah, that's right. You flop around. Now come back. I didn't mean it. I take it back. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Hit and run. Oh look, the mech's back. No, wait, that's a feral, I think. So again, still not fixed. Oh no, it's not a feral, okay. It's just not glowing. I take it back, but they haven't fixed the feral bug in the mission area. Like, even if that isn't feral, they still haven't fixed it, so I still feel vindicated. It's gonna die to the Ziff in a second. Yep, there we go, it's dead. Oh, I hate you. I hate you. But if they're this annoying for me, imagine how annoying they're going to be for everything I need to kill. Please, just sit still. Are you going to come up and flop around? What? You are literally the fish that could go on land. People have used you to get wyvern eggs. How did you instantly drown? Yeah. And that had such good health on it as well. Like, that was what was it? 32 health stat we said? 31, 32? I think currently my post-tame stats is 36. That was going to be a much better one. We'd even seen it come up and flop around on this already once. So we know it can do it. How did it just suicide? Oh my god. Can something go right today? I'm just... Please. I just want something. Something positive out of today. Should we go take like a parasol, you know? Maybe see how Ark manages to screw me on that. Yeah, it is one of those days. It really is. It dangles a good stat in front of you, and then it just goes, I don't know. 75 Moser. Not an X Moser. More tameable. More tameable. Could do it. It seems to have taken an interest. Wait, it looks like an X-Moser. It is an X-Moser. I didn't see the X. Okay, that's on me. It is an X-Moser. Apparently I can't read it. But yes, the fish that is known for flopping around on land somehow killed itself when exposed to air for 2 seconds. Gotta love it. Don't care about you, don't care about you. 75 Moser isn't really worth it, I think, but you know, just to get something. Give Cap a Moser with a cannon. You know, I wonder how much damage to a ship the Moser could actually do. It would be a much bigger target than the raft, though. So you know. But also, don't think it could be rammed. Don't think you can ram a Moser with a ship. If I could ride the Tuso, so we're currently level locked at 44. Later tonight it will go up to 70, but that's still not enough to get a Tuso saddle. if we weren't level locked, then yeah, Tuso to hold things still would be great. I mean, heck, you can just tame them by holding them in place, because it deals torpor very slowly, but it deals torpor. But a tamed one is just going to grab it and kill it if it's not ridden. So don't think I can do that. First, I think we're kind of lucky to have managed to tame a Tuso in the first place. We have one, but we found like 5 or 6, and they all refused to do anything. Like, I was just killing them with the Tide Pup because they just weren't responding. They weren't moving. They were just sat there, you know, giving up on life. Me at the moment. I'm giving up. It's just, I've had enough. Well, half tempted to get the Moser just for the sake of it, just so I can say I did something today. I might be able to find better levels though. Can they go in the boss fight? Can Moses go in boss fights? Not into normal boss fights. Moda. Can Moses go into Moda? Moda. I do think Bleed has always been a bit on the OP side. Like, obviously against wild creatures, they don't have any armor, you know, like, you're just bleeding. So, but yeah, it's a little strong, and it basically turns some creatures into must-haves. $100 octopus. I mean, really, everything should be applying bleed. Like, why are like raptor bites not bleeding players? Or the claws, you know, why does a Rex not cause you to bleed when it bites you? But a Megalodon can cause you to bleed to death. Or a Thyla, or, you know, an Aloe. Why do these things utterly drain you? Yeah, if Thylas couldn't bleed, they wouldn't be used much at all. That's... I mean, they're not bad. They're decent cave mounts. But I think they would lose one of their top spots if bleed wasn't so good. Why does this Tide Pup really struggle to jump today? There we go. And we got too short. There's a lot, like, basically anything, really, that is biting you should be causing you to bleed. I don't know how you could rebalance it, though. Maybe if bleed, instead of percentage, maybe if it just did, like, literally tick damage, it was just damage over time instead of a percentage. That would be the easiest way to rebalance it. Oh, my bad. I mean, I literally didn't see that. It's behind my sail, but I just sunk into the raft. My bads. I'm gonna get a reputation at this point. I swear it wasn't on purpose. Like, I didn't steer or anything, I'm just... I'm reading chat and suddenly clunk. H. Oh, that raft's been there since like day 1. I don't know if he's using it to like easy access missions or something, but yeah. The problem is, if I go to Discord now and say, you know, ping him and say, H, I accidentally sank your raft, I'm sorry. The amount of comments Fat Dog is gonna throw my way about having done it again. Yeah. Maybe I'll just keep quiet and hope he doesn't notice that it's gone. Like, you know. But yeah, I mean, I legit did not see it. It was behind my sails. Certified raft hater. Yeah, that's me. I mean, I tried living on a raft when ASA first came out, so I have a lot of reason to hate rafts. Today is just nothing. Nothing is going right today. Oh no. Okay, there we go. I knew there'd be Moses here. There's 4 of them. An alpha. 20, a 20, and a 25. Wow. Four Moses in one spot. And the highest is 25. Meanwhile, what level are you? Can I see your level, please? $260. Yeah, there's always like a mess of Moses there, so. Ah. Okay. Mosasaur. Where else do Mosasaur spawn on this map? Well, there's lots of regular Mosasaurs can spawn in, apparently. Including more spots around this island, so. This one and the northeast teleport are apparently the main places for Mosasaurs. If I was to rate today on a scale of feces... Oh, scale of size of feces! Oh god. I'm gonna go with... Maybe not massive, you know, I haven't like lost any... I haven't lost anything. Just time, which I mean, okay, technically time is the one thing I'm limited in life, you know? We all run out of time eventually. But in arc terms, I haven't lost any creatures, I haven't lost any gear. I've just lost time. So it's not like, it's not Titanosaur sized, but it's certainly a high one. Yeah. We've, in the lost respect, we've had worse days for sure. It's just been a frustrating and boring one. I don't mind losing things if, you know, it's an exchange. Like, losing a tame in order to get a better tame, fine. Losing a tame to get good loot, fine. losing a time doing something fun. Like, you know, if I was doing one of the pirate outposts and I, you know, successfully beat it, but, like, my wolf died or something. No problem. Oh dear! It would seem the crashing issue still exists with PvP. Unless there was a shutdown timer in the chat that I didn't see at some point. Yeah. Good chance I'm just dead when I log back in. Which would also mean good chance my Tide Pup is dead. And with my location, I literally have to rejoin the second the server comes back up. I can't go, oh, well, I'll come back in half an hour, you know. But while we wait for that, then, first I'm going to check server, Discord server, see if there's any messages. Any announcements I've missed. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we're good on that. And let's do our oh no, the server's crashed thing. Arcdol for like the next 20 minutes. I put it on ASA version today, so we've got more things to pick from. So, guess the dino, guys. What do we start with? What's our first guess? We need a starter dino, something that eliminates as many groupings as possible. So ideally a land dino, because if we can, like, if land is eliminated, that cuts down the list of potentials a huge amount. I want something in the middle of release years, so like maybe extinction-y? So I'm thinking land, extinction. What's the most common temperament? Passive or aggressive? What will be less tameable? Obviously, yes. We have to go for a tameable one, and probably carnivore. Extinction mostly added like the fantasy stuff. I don't really want it to be part of the fantasy group. I want it to be in the like in one of the normal groups so we can eliminate more stuff. Should we go? Velo could work. Velo could work as a starter. Velonosaur. Okay, so it's before extinction. It is a land dino. It is tameable. It is a herbivore or omnivore. I don't. Maybe do they do piscivores in this? And it's real. So tameable, land, real, pre-extinction. So if we go for something from the island, because all the ones that were added with with ab or scorched are fantasy. So I'd say we're looking for a passive herbivore. Triceratops. Okay, well that narrows it down. Gondor, I'm feeling Gondor likes dodos. So here's the problem we have now. How many dinos fit in that category? We literally cannot narrow it down any further, and yet I think there's going to be about 20 options that fit all of those. Google Translate is not helping. Balwick, I don't know what you just suggested. Google translated to step. We're going with Parasaur. There seems to be a lot of suggestion for Parasaur. Parasaur. Is not docile. Parasaur is apparently skittish. We'll do Iguanodon then. Didn't know that was released late. Wow. Also reactive? What? So Stegosaurus. There we go. Stegosaurus. So yeah, you were right, Stego. Did not know that class is reactive. How does it react any different to a trike? You ignore it, it ignores you. You attack it, it fights back. Literally the same thing. But yeah, did not know Iguanodon was 2017. There you go. Learned something. Guess the egg. It's an egg. I don't recognize a single egg with that color. Yeah, even docile is neutral though. Like I say, the Iguanodon fights back the exact same way as the trike does. If you don't attack it, it does nothing, and if you do attack it, they both fight back. The trike doesn't ignore you. It doesn't run away. It fights back. You think it's a cow egg, do you, Gondor? I don't really know what to say to that. Troodon. Troodon. It's a team effort. It's not me. It's team. It is Troodon. Well done. Damn. Saddle. Is that an Ichthy? There we go. I love the fact that, like, the YouTube delay is so much apparently that I'm now like 2 games ahead of the chat's guesses. It's a bit ridiculous. I'm gonna try joining the server again in the background because I'd rather not drown, you know. Okay, sound. Okay. Bit quieter, please. I mean, it sounds like something breaching the water. It sounds like a splash at the end. It sounds like what you'd expect for a whale's blowhole, but that can't be the sound of the Astrocetus. It's not this, like, it depends on what sound they use. Like, is it using a specific sound? Is it always like the idle ambient sounds, or is it like an attack sound, or is it, you know, like a level up sound? Because yeah, for the Bassi, I would expect the sort of the Almost like the sonar-y kind of sound that it does. That almost sounds like a geyser. It doesn't even sound like a creature. It sounds like a geyser throwing you into the air. You think Bassy? But yeah, to me, it sounds like a whale's blowhole. I guess it could be a shock. Should we go with the first guess, which was eel? It's not an Electrophorus. Like, it could be a shocking sound. Oh, Shasta. No, not Shasta. Shasta was a good guess, though. I completely forgot that Shasta exists. As does most people, I think. But yeah, completely forgot about Shasta. Um... Hmm. Does the ASA one of Arctul include the wyvern, like the crystal wyverns? No, I'm just getting unknown error on the server. Does it include crystal wyverns? Because they're not in ASA yet, but I don't know if the ASA version is basically just doing all creatures. You think Titanoboa? Do they even make sounds? I don't think it's Titanoboa. No. It's a carnivore though. But if it's a water dino, they're all carnivores. So that doesn't really help us narrow it down. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like maybe a tropical wyvern. It's in the list. It is. Okay, I've never played Crystal Isles for more than... How long was it? If Lucy's still there, it was like 4 hours we played, and then we just decided to never go back. But I was trying to think of things that have any sort of water, like, sound to them. And so, yeah, Tropical Wyvern. But they're not in ASA, so I feel like it shouldn't be in the list. But it's clearly just the ASE list plus ASA creatures. How did I get it and you didn't, Kitsune? That's just wrong. Okay, now for the one I suck the most at. Oh, is that Scorched Earth? It's an ASE picture, which makes it a bit more awkward. You know, considering I'm on the ASA version of the game. Yeah, that's got to be ASE, right? ASE's Caves Scorched. That's the Manticore. It's got to be Church Cave, right? Which is down around here. Apparently no. It's the right map, but I was off. Church Cave is around there, right? Okay, I was off by a tiny bit. Come on. Come on. I was so close. I could have sworn Church Cave was a bit more, like, you got the big sort of spike area around there, and then I thought Church Cave was a bit off to the side. Or maybe it moved in ASA. I don't know what it was with Crystal Isles. We just really didn't feel any draw to it. We tried it, but we just didn't get any desire to go back afterwards. Okay. Let's do... I'll just do a quick refresh on the server first, but... Like, if it was the ASA picture of the map, you could see, like, all the buildings on the map, so it would have been easier to pinpoint. Some of the location ones, like, say, I haven't played Arctil in a long time, until yesterday, but some of them I've done, like, in, you know, a single click before. Okay. Oh, hang on, wait, server's loading. Starting hell. I have no idea where that would be. Oh, I'm still on my boat, by the way. Apparently, the server crashed when I was on my boat before I went for a swim. So that's good, no rush. Except for the 30-second timer. I don't recognize anything on this picture, so I'm going to assume... What? Genesis? Could be? It's that red tree outside. Oh god, just pick a map. Sure, center and... There. Confirm guess. Wrong map. Fjorda. Apparently it was Fjorda. Okay, next round. I did one of these earlier this afternoon, by the way. 4 of the 5 were Genesis, and I have never played it. So that was good. Okay. Scorched, Woven Trench, not right at the end. So we're looking... Oh, see, even the trench isn't on the map. Why are you using the ASE versions? I'm going to go there. Oh, close. Close. Unfortunately, with the, say, the YouTube delay, like, you're seeing these after I've already finished them. But it means, you know, you can play your own. See if you can think of it, and then you get to see how much better than me you did. That looks like the center to me. I'm pretty sure that's the center. And I think it's along the river, so I'm going to go with... Ooh, hang on, wait, there's 2 rivers coming in. Which one? Which one? No, let's go there. Wrong map. Wait. Oh, Hidden Lake. What? Really? I thought it was a river. Oh, no, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. I don't remember Hidden Lake coming in from down a hill. I don't remember being uphill on Hidden Lake. ASA, it's not up. You don't come down a hill. It's all flat ground going into it. So I've just played, not played ASA for so long. I think that's ruining it for me. That is definitely Gen 1. Volcano. Random guess. There. Okay. At least I got the right map. Is that in the bog? This could be anywhere. Gen 1 in the bog. Let's just go right towards the middle, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Right, see results. So I got 2 maps wrong, including the island, which I'm normally really good at getting the island right. You don't like Fjordur. You thought you were the only person who didn't like Fjordur. I'm very mixed on Fjordur. I enjoyed playing it, but it was like the second map I'd ever played, so you know, most of the creatures were still new to me. So I don't know how much of it is the map. And when I think about it, I don't think about Fjordur as being like, you know, oh wow, an amazing map. You know, I don't feel a real rush. I don't, like, I know a lot of people are sort of desperate for it to come back out, you know. When will Fjordur release? Like, you know, Ark isn't the same without Fjordur kind of thing. I honestly, like, I'd be quite happy for Fjordur to still take a while to come out. Okay, so it's a different one, but we still have a level 20 Alpha Moser down there. We've now got a 95 Moser in the cluster, though. But yeah, I don't really mind if Fjordur takes several years to turn up. Lost Island's the one that I liked the most, and of course, now that Fjordur has been bumped forward in the queue, it means that Lost Island is the last one to come out. So I'm a bit sad for that. I think Fjordur has good parts about it. Like, it's... I said yesterday, Nikatis does make... Like, he does a good job with making his maps. He's very creative. He knows how to polish them well. But generally it's not... Like, I don't feel sort of quite so enamored with them as a lot of other people. I'm not a big fan of like huge amounts of pre-existing ruins and buildings and everything. I tried playing the free version of Astraeos, and every time I found a base location that I thought I would like to build in, there was already a structure there. Which, you know, that frustrated me. I don't like it when the loot is super easy to get, which again, having like, you know, the alphas on Astraeos drop like really good loot, and there's an extra tier of loot crate and all those things, you know. I love the early game, so getting access to metal tools straight away from the crates, you know, isn't important to me. Feels like it's... Oh, hello, Moser. But basically, yeah, there's a lot of features on them that I don't overly love. But he, you know, what he does well, and he polishes them well. They're just not for me. They're just not my kind of map. But Fjordur I did like when I first played it, but it was very early in ASE. Or ASE for me, so I didn't have much to compare it to. And I often find myself looking at it again and thinking like, well, what do I love about the map? You know, what made the map fun for me? And I can't honestly say anything. Like, we've played it a few times, and yet we always built in the same spots. Not the exact same spot, but the same region of the map. It was always the same place. And none of the other biomes really enthralled me. Like, I didn't... I don't know. I'm not saying it's a bad map by any stretch, don't get me wrong. It's not a bad map, it's just not a map that I found myself loving. We also, Lucy, who is the person I played Survival Evolved with, We didn't like Svartalfheim either. We tried that together. Lucy likes Fjordur a lot more than me. But we tried playing Svartalfheim together as well, and we didn't really enjoy that one. I did really like Valgero, but I don't like the ASA version. My favourite two parts of it have been kind of ruined for me. The tundra and the White Cliffs, just I don't like them anymore. Ragnarok. I'm not just talking about the Carter's maps. I'm just going through the maps in my in my head in the order they come to mind. So Lost Island is my favourite by far. Ragnarok I like, except for the caves. I love doing caves in Ark. I always have fun doing caves. And Ragnarok, annoyingly, I love the terrain across the whole map, but I hate the caves on Ragnarok. I really hate them. Center, I never really gelled with. I wanted to like it, I really did, but I don't know. Center's an odd map because it's so the whole name of the center is based on that, that underground sort of biome with the big, like, it's got its own self-contained sun inside it, and it's named after Center of the Earth, or Journey to the Center of the Earth. That's what it's named for. So I really expected that whole underground biome and tunnels to be a major part of the map, and yet it feels like it's barely there. You've got that one big sort of cavern and then the jumping puzzle, and that's it. Okay, you know what we're doing, guys. There's just been a crash, which means there's just been a wipe. Which means we're going looking for bees again. It's back to the bee taming. It's Gilly. God. Back to the bees. Back to getting bloodstalkered. Yes, the bees. Oh, the bees. Yeah, where was I? Center. No, I really wanted to like the center. I did. But it just didn't really do anything for me. Weirdly, I think I'm one of the only people who likes the ASA version more than the ASE version. Yeah. Like, the volcano island never really... I didn't love it in ASE, because it just felt unfinished to me. It was just kind of like a big black mound with a volcano on it. There wasn't really any terrain to it. I do think it's a shame that it lost some of the character in ASA, like, it feels like the rest of the map, it doesn't feel like a different biome on the new volcano island, but I do prefer the terrain shape of the island, with like the lots of little pools. I just wish it was a bit more ashy, a bit less. I mean, to be honest, that's what a proper like island volcano is mostly like in real life. But yeah, I think it should have been like halfway between what we got and what we had originally. keep the terrain shape but make it more blackened. Crystal Isles I never really got on with. I say we played it for like one evening and then just decided we didn't really feel like going back.
Teleport ready.
I always said it was like mostly the color palette for me, but also it felt a bit unfinished in places, which is ironic because I know it had stuff taken away from it. Yeah, I remember flying around and thinking like it didn't look like there was any grass. It was just sort of green painted rock, kind of is how it felt to me. And the color palette in some places was very washed out, and in others it felt too vibrant. That's how Crystal Isles felt for me.
Teleporting always makes me a bit dizzy.
So I never really played it enough to experience the gameplay. Maybe the gameplay was really fun. But I also said I enjoy doing caves a lot in Ark, and I know Crystal Isles is one where basically there's no caves, all the artifacts are just out in the open, so yeah, I don't think I was ever going to mesh with Crystal Isles. I think that's all the community made maps, right? So what was story maps? Island, love it. It's up there at the top for me, definitely. I mean, it's the most complete by far. But beyond that, it's of all the maps, I think the island forces you to sort of vary your teams the most. Like, you know, you've got a small cave which you can't take any teams into. You've got a very difficult snow cave, so you need, you know, good stuff for that. You've got 2 water caves, you've got a lava cave, you've got the swamp cave. Yeah, there's a lot of variety to the caves, which I say is important to me. It's also got 4 bosses, which only 2 of the maps had. I just like the challenge of doing the caves. You know? Especially if you have to bring in a different tame. If you can't just always bring the same thing. That makes me like it more. Okay, I'm going to speed this up. I think we can... Sorry, I'm in a rush just in case there is a beehive. I need to get it. Yeah, always like the island. Scorched. Scorched was okay. I wouldn't put it up at, like near the top for me, but I did like the map. It was a different experience to the others, you know. It just gets a little samey. And again, you know, 3 caves, 1 boss isn't really exciting. If it had more bosses and more caves, I would love it a lot more. But it would still always be a bit samey with, you know, sand, and more sand. Aberration. I love the concept. Like the heavy sci-fi aspects of it, the no flying part, love that. The fact that it's a really challenging map, love that. The linear style gameplay where you always start in one biome and you progress through the map rather than just like you can't just jump straight to the end. You have to actually work your way through it. Love that. But despite it being an extremely big underground cavern, I never just never really liked living underground. Which I say, I love doing caves, but I don't love... Yeah, I don't want to live in a cave. It's, yeah, I like having the skybox, you know? seeing the day-night cycle, having like some nice sunsets. There's some, you get some gorgeous views on some of these maps. So Aberration kind of removes that. So, yeah, I never like I love so many aspects of Aberration, but I didn't like Aberration itself, if that makes sense. I'm just going to try and catch up on the chat a bit, because while I was getting into B mode, I missed some stuff. Oh god, I've missed so much. I'm trying to think where I last looked at. Crystals look like that's Arctol. Am and Scorched had unique playstyles built into them. You think you would prefer it rather than several maps trying to be hub worlds? Yes, Amber. That's, again, I say McCarthy is very good at his maps, but they're not for me, and that's because I like every playthrough to feel a bit different. So when the map has just every creature and every feature on it, it feels the same, all it's changing is the shape of the landscape underneath. The gameplay is identical. I'm Gondor, Deathloop? No, that's not going to happen. Don't be silly. That would never happen. Center felt bland, but it was first semi-decent use of the water. Center's, again, it's a weird one because everyone treats it as like the water map. And yet it's meant to be about, it's whole named after this journey to the center of the earth, which has nothing to do with the vast amount of water in the corner of the map. It's an odd one. It's kind of got this weird, dual identity almost. And it doesn't really super commit to either. It's the map that has the most water, but the water doesn't really have any purpose at the same time. Well, was the map with the most water. Now, obviously, we have Genesis. Love the center's concept, but didn't like the map itself. Too unfinished and unpolished, but the thing that killed it the most was two bright nights. Night is a very odd one for me in Ark. I want the night to matter, I want night to be a scary time. It's a survival game. You should be going, oh no, it's getting dark. But at this, so keeping it really dark is good for survival aspects. It makes it feel more like a survival game. But at the same time, everything being pitch black gets really frustrating, and you've got to try and find the balance between challenging and annoying. There was a mod that aimed to revamp it, but it was never finished. Person made it and a creature pack of variants. Was that Crystal Isles? You hate caves, you never beat maps because you can't bother to go for artifacts. See, opposite for me. Scrolling. You mainly like taming pretty things. I've never really been a big one for just taming and breeding. As soon as I've beaten the boss, I tend to just move on from a map. I kind of envy people who do enjoy that. Just log in each day and I'll just breed some more. I can't do that. there comes a point where I'm just like, no, I've tamed enough. I can't be bothered now, you know. Right, well, not this tree. You can't do playing a game for weeks, months if it's always dark, so Aberration just felt miserable. Yeah, as I say, I like doing caves. I really enjoy cave running in Ark, but likewise, just Aberration always... It's not dark in the green zone, and yet still I'm just like always consciously aware that I'm underground. It's a weird one. Night provides a very important part to the game most people don't think about. It's about the real mechanic of not being able to see as well, like how weather can affect visibility. It makes some creatures more dangerous, perhaps too, if they are nocturnal and you aren't. I think, like, if you make night too punishing, you end up with, like, you feel like you can't go and do things during the day because it'll be night, you know. By the time I finish with this, it'll be night time. And I don't want to be out during the night, you know? That's not a situation you want to be in. So I think you would have to kind of make the days a bit longer but keep the night's length the same. Otherwise, yeah, you'd never get anything done. If it was like a 1 hour cycle, you're not going to go out because you don't want to be out during the night. And there's only so much stuff you can do around the base at night to pass the time. I did... so before ASA came out, I made a video of things that I would have personally... Like, I hoped that ASA was going to be a bigger overhaul of the game than just a visual one. I thought we were going to get a lot more to it. That it would be like a revamped Ark. And one of the things I put on my list that I hoped to see was a bigger emphasis on day and night. I was hoping that we would get like a proper nocturnal and diurnal split. So instead of like, at the moment I think we have the Megalosaurus, which has its whole, you know, I'm useless during the day thing. And we have the Troodon, which gets like hyper aggressive at night and is easier to tame at night. Maybe there's something else from a DLC that I'm not thinking of right now. Oh, Shadowmanes. Shadowmanes act a bit different at night, don't they? But yeah, generally in Ark, like, nighttime is not really that big of a change. And we have so many creatures. And we constantly, every time a new creature is added, there's an issue of, like, some of the existing ones becoming obsolete. And I thought one of the good ways to solve that would be to split day and night a bit more. So like you could have two creatures that are exactly the same, and their only difference is that one is more suited to night and one is more suited to day. And, you know, even for like stuff like PvP, that could be useful, because then, you know, well, what if your tribe has tamed a lot of night dinos, and so you attack an enemy tribe at night, and they're not prepared for it, you know? So I was really hoping we'd get something like that. Well, not hoping. It was on my wish list, basically, of things I wanted to see in Ark. Yeah, in the end, ASA, it was just a graphical revamp, mostly. A couple of quality of life changes. All of which I enjoy. But it could have been so much more, you know. So yeah, I've always wanted to see night be more impactful. Longer days and nights in Ark are a serious underloved aspect of it because so many survival games you've played have a legit 10 to 20 minute day cycles. The whole cycle, not just day and night. Balwick, I completely agree. The Pyramane shows that they absolutely have managed to do the transformation stuff. They've got it like flawless there with the Pyramane. Why was it not reused? For like the Ferox, which has been so buggy, and I assume they just completely straight up forgot about it. They just thought, right, well, we just need to fix the map. We don't need, you know, don't touch the creatures. Just upgrade the map and focus on the new stuff. Beehive, 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 where are the beehives? Still determined I'm going to do something. I'm going to get something from today. If I get a bee, that's enough. But if not, I have to go tame something. Just something, please, anything. It's already getting late. My god, it's almost 10 o'clock and I haven't eaten yet. This might actually end up being a day of no progress. No progress, but good conversation. I'll take it. You know, positive outlook. What have we got from today? We've got a lot of, you know, new friends, and it's been good conversation. I've still somewhat enjoyed myself. Less than I would have done had I got a B and been able to move on to another activity. But I've still enjoyed playing today, so. Or rather, enjoyed hanging out with the game as my background. But I don't think I'm going to do another bee taming stream because I don't think you guys want to watch this again, do you? Or are you as masochistic as me? Surely. Like, I thought how unsatisfying it would be for you as viewers if you came on and I was like, guys, I got a bee last night. Woo! You know, surely you want to see it. After today, I've changed my mind. I don't think you want to see it at all. Can wolves detect them? There's got to be some trick. I mean, we've established that the Bloodstalker and the Spider can highlight them, but you need to have line of sight and be within about 10, 15 foundations. At which point I can probably just, you know, pick them out like this with photo mode. Like, they're not going to show you that there's one on the other side of the tree, and you have to be too close for, like, say, zipping through the forest with the Bloodstalker to be effective. And climbing the trees with them, well, I may as well just do this. Like, what's the difference? So, yeah, those are the only ways we've found to detect them, and unless we get a tech helmet, but I don't think you can on this map. I don't think you can get tech armor from the boss fights, can you? Unless it's changed for ASA, Like, Wiki didn't say tech armor was a possibility. Alright, well, calling that tree empty. Where next? I really need to check every tree, don't I? Not just the ones I've got marked. No, we don't have spyglass mod. Was that a snake I just heard in the tree? It's gonna be the next one, you think? The next tree. This tree. Dong says this tree. It would be cool if my gas bags would go up. Come on, Monty, you can do it. I've seen you do it before. Up, up and away. Or we could lag and immediately go back down again. That's great. I'm gonna get like a mid-level branch to land on, basically. So I don't know what the render range on the beehives is like. I'm pretty sure photo mode on this server can actually go beyond the normal render distance. So I don't want to be at the top and trying to photo mode my way down. I want to be sort of in the middle. I'm going faster now. We were doing slow and methodical earlier, now it's just... Come on! Okay, no, not that. You are wrong, Gong. You are wrong. To be fair, I'm not even sure they can spawn in this tree. But I just want to check all of them, just in case. I should open the spawn map again, I haven't looked at it in a bit. Okay. You say Capo's me B. Yeah, good. I like that. Capo's me B. I gave him a cannon after I sank his raft. So, you know, I think cannon for a B, that's fair, right? Cannon for a B. Okay, let me just have a look. Which trees? Okay, so there apparently is 3 spawn points on that tree, but I didn't see any. 1 spawn point on that one, didn't see any. There's apparently a bee spot on this one. There wasn't on the one we just came from, so I'll let you off, Gone. I'll let you off. Which means that this is the next tree. Because this is the next tree possible. So this is your chance to be right. This tree can have a bee. I mean, finding one is only half the battle, but let's just get that out of the way first. I'll be gutted if we do all this and then fail to tame it. But I'd still feel slightly better than doing all this and never even seeing one, so... No bees, no bees. No bees. Okay. Next, we go to that one. I think it's this big tree stump here, can have it. Right. Yeah, this is the right place. Do bees idle outside the hives? I don't think they do on this map. On the Wikily spawn map, there is one... only one that is a spawn container instead of a spawn point. Which is the tree that I've just come from. And I didn't see any there any time I've been so far. I don't think they can be roaming on this map. I think they're always in a hive. Alright. Well... no bee. Two spots on this tree that we can go for. Let's have a look. Problem with the spawn maps is you don't have a height. You only yeah, you get the tree location basically, and that's it. And I would really like a height to it. This is the one with Vino's little platform again. Come on. Brief moment I thought I saw one. It's the tiniest glimmer of hope. Extinguished. And that's no then, no bees here. Next tree. This one. Oh boy. It is nice to know, at least, that I'm not the only one who's been struggling with this. Like, all of you who've come in today have said how problematic it's been to find one. I know one of you said it's been 2 days of 2 people searching with Bloodstalkers until you finally found a hive. So it's not just me. It's not just the server either, it's a general Genesis issue. These just do not exist. Are bees even real? You know, so during World War One, the British bees were all killed off. I can't remember why exactly, but I know that the British bee died out during World War One, and all the all the bees in Britain since are they were basically, you know, another species that was imported. So, technically, British bees aren't real. Unless we go by, you know, the way that you pick a nationality for people, in which case they're all British because they were born here. But the species didn't originate here. So yeah. Bees... not real. It's been a while since I've seen a bee, actually. I haven't even seen any wasps this year. It's a bit worrying, actually. Yeah, they're an important part of the ecosystem. Insects in general are an important part of the ecosystem. Which is why spiders are bad. Because they get rid of the insects, and we need the insects. The insects are good. We all need insects. So, spiders bad. Also, the whole thing where they destroyed my base. That's just another reason why spiders are bad, okay? See how tall the tree that's got. Spiders bad. Remember that. This is a really tall tree. I mean, I'm not saying like I miss wasps, but the fact that there's been no wasps around is unusual. Come on. There's got to be a bee somewhere. Spiders aren't bad either. They're the sharks of the insect world. People are afraid of them, but they're just important and vital. No, 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 no. Spider bad. Spider bad. It destroyed my base. Spider bad. But yeah, no, I'm not a fan of spiders. I know they are important. And in recent years I've started to leave them be a bit more in the house. Not in my bedroom. You know, they don't get to live in my bedroom. At least not in sight. And it's a bit more size dependent. Like big ones still go away. Small ones, they can stay. But no, I'm not big on spiders. I'm not like deathly afraid of them, but I am definitely not a spider fan. Well, if nothing else, I can say that my stream title has been accurate today. Normally, you know, I put something in the stream title and I either get distracted or I finish the task in like 2 minutes flat. And then, you know, anyone who comes in looking to see the title probably feels a bit cheated because I'm not doing it. I've definitely been looking for bees today. You can't fault me for that. Oh. Unfortunately, I feel like probably at least I did just see the message you've been kicked from the server briefly before it said connection lost. But yeah, definitely I think some of you have come here hoping that like I would lead you to bees yourselves, because clearly everyone's having the same issue. I'm sorry for failing you. Did the server just crash again? Or was I actually kicked? No, okay, right. I actually got kicked from the server. What? What? Why was I booted from the server? Bad dog! I have to give him my kingdom. Well, technically, I don't have a kingdom because, as you can see, I do not have the most crowns. Damn it, Salix has now got an extra 6 more than he had earlier? What gives? Who gave him 6 crowns, guys? Come on. It's like you want him to win. Who gave him 6 crowns? Does that mean he went into a 3-man PvP event and stole all the crowns and lost none? Come on, guys, at least try. Try and stop him. I see the Bloodstalker in the tree. I don't know what its range is like though, so I need to... Oh god, I didn't see that one though. Oh! 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 That's too close for comfort. Can I... Didn't work. Damn. I was hoping I could like push the Bloodstalker out the tree. Is it going to immediately grab me? No, okay, I'm good, good. Apparently that hit Monty, what? How did that hit you, Monty? Okay, come on, that's ridiculous. How am I hitting my gas bags? That is ridiculous. There we go. Not a fan of having to jump in halfway up a tree. Can I get the other one down? Probably don't need to. But I feel safer, you know. I think I've got to hit it in the body though, so... You've lost weight! Probably can't hit it there. Ah, okay, right, that one can stay for now. Remember when the Pega was confirmed to have caused a bug that made your single-player file unloadable? So when she tamed 2, you were locked out of your island for a week. Oh. And given how many Pegos are not deliberately tamed, you know, you're running around with a few berries on your bar and suddenly, oh, you've tamed a Pego. I'm sure that was a lot of people suddenly lost access to their game. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys ever want to know how not to find a bee, apparently I'm doing a good job. So, just do the opposite of what you're seeing me do, and you'll find one in no time. Next tree. It's that one over there. So, Barwick, the way the crowns work is you get some from PvP events. Or you fight for them in PvP events, so you could lose all your crowns, or you could gain a ton by stealing them from other people. Outside of that, we generate them passively over time. As long as you've got a forge down, which everyone should, you just generate crowns passively. So the fact Axe hasn't been here all week, there's also been no PvP events going. As well, so literally the only way anyone's gained crowns all week is just passive generation, which we all do it the same way, and then that one naval event that I did, that's the only other time anyone's gained crowns during the past week. Just passive generation and that one ship fight, which gave 5 to me, 4 to Shell, and 2 to Captain McRummy. Oh, and we've got the anomalies. You can gain 1 crown from an anomaly, but you can't do the anomaly if you are in the top 10. So yeah, there's been just no way to gain crowns. So if Axe was already in 3rd place at the start of the week, he'll still be in 3rd place now. Heck, to be honest, if you had not played since day 1, you would still probably be the same rank you were originally. The only people who aren't the same rank is those who've done PvP events, and not a lot of people have done those. Axe did. Axe did one of the early PvP events before they got taken out due to the crashing. So yeah, he got a few crowns and then nobody's had a way of catching back up. The term needle in a haystack is going to be succeeded by being a tree. Oh. Being a forest. I'm going to have to go for food soon, which means this is going to be a empty day of no progress. Can I just delete the VOD, pretend it never happened? We'll come back tomorrow and be like, hey guys, that was a nice day off. What did you all do with your day, you know? Just pretend this day never happened. You won't be able to tell the difference. I need the bot to send a wildcard for bug reporting. Wildcard, did you know there's no bees? I spent 8 hours looking and there was no bees. Across the entire server, there has been 3 that have been tamed. And it's not due to lack of looking. Send us a timestamp, huh? Sorry, don't have a timestamp. You just have to watch it and listen to us insult your work. Speaking of, I never finished my map reviews, did I? Extinction. I got up to Extinction. I think I didn't love Extinction as much as I hoped I would. But I think part of that is I was missold on it a bit. When I first read the description of Extinction, it said that corrupted creatures were like really aggressive and would attack you. Attack your base, that you would be sort of assaulted by these corrupted creatures. I thought, ooh, yeah, that's good. I like that. Gives me a reason to actually like build a defensive base. I was also told that Titans wandered the map. And now in ASA we do have the King Titan that spawns on the map periodically. But yeah, I always thought the bosses were literally bosses that just wandered around the map. And so when I found out they had to be summoned in, it's a bit like, that's less fun. I did like the idea of, oh god, the forest titan's walking towards my base, quick! Quick! Bring it down, like, kind of, like siege defense type thing, where you just see it slowly lumbering to your base and you're like manning the walls with cannons and catapults, just trying to fill it with ammunition and hope that it falls before it makes it. It sounded so epic. Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. I do like Extinction though. The Wasteland is a bit boring, I can't deny. But it added OSDs, which I love. creature-wise, Snow Owl, great. I hate the mana. Velo's a rough one because I think if it was buffed, it would probably be too much. Like, it's one of those creatures that's really hard to balance. It could be so OP. Like, currently, if it's not ridden, it only does, what, 20 damage a shot? Which still adds up, but it's not, like, wow, you know. But if it is ridden, it can chew through things really quickly. So Velo's, like, if they had any sort of buff to them, they would feel too strong. But right now they feel a bit underwhelming. Like that I would probably just rather get any other creature. Gacha I've never really liked. I've never liked the gacha. I do understand that for the average person, you know, I don't really mind it, but for most people, grinding is the worst part of Ark, you know. Going out and grinding resources, oh, so boring. But I also feel like having free resource generation is it's too much. Like, there's so many resource gathering tames in the game. And yet, when gachas are around, you can get away with having none of them. Just get a pile of gachas and feed them, you know, plant species Y over and over and over again. And they will give you everything you could ever need. The gas bags are the highlight of Extinction, yes. I do love the gas bags. Top 5 tame gas bags. Love them. It's not that they're good. They're honestly, like, quite average, especially when most maps have flyers available. They're not, you know, they're not a WoW tame. But I love them. They're adorable. I mean, for Genesis, where it's a no-flyer map, I think the gas bags are... I mean, it's the closest thing you've got to a flyer. They're not safe. Safe because, you know, they're far less simple to control. You know, you can easily run out of your gas or stamina and have to stop. But for, like, transporting large quantities, I mean, yeah, this has got 6k weight and I've never put any points into it. But they make me laugh. They make me laugh. I like the gas bags. Whimsy in creature form. That's my description of them. They're so silly. I have not tamed an octopus yet. I have encountered them. For one thing, they show up during the pirate outposts. So I've definitely encountered them. And I've been grabbed underwater a few times by them as well. But I haven't tamed one yet. We can't ride them for a while. And I'm not really someone who desperately needs paint, you know, so they've not really been something that I rushed out to get. I do want one purely on the basis that they are the, you know, the new tame. Oh, I thought that was one for a second. Oh, almost got me. But yeah, they're new to ASA Genesis, so, you know, I did want to get one. I do want to get one, but I'm not in a rush. What else? Didn't love the caving on Extinction. Not really. And I don't know. I love the idea of these like really big bosses. And I love the idea that it gives Giga and Karkar finally more of a purpose. Because most maps, like, I don't bother taming them because, you know, why? Why would I? But Extinction, it goes the other way, where it feels like Giga and Karkar, and now Dreadnoughtus, are the only teams worth having outside of resources. Yeah, Extinction was like a cool concept, but it just didn't quite hit the mark for me. Genesis 1 and 2, I mean, I can comment on Genesis 1 now that I've played it. Or played a version of it. And I think it's a really good concept. Poor execution. Mostly, like, all the new creatures for Genesis seem a bit like trophy tames. You know, like they're kind of difficult to get. They're a bit gimmicky. None of them are really impactful, except for maybe the Bloodstalker. But maybe they're intended for something more like PvP, which I don't do, you know. Can't really comment on that. Gen 2 I've never played, can't comment on that. And yeah, that's all the maps, isn't it? So, like the idea of alpha creatures, but they basically never added any new variants, which is why I love the alpha everything. I mean, we were saying earlier that the X golems, the X rock elementals in ASA, seem to be giving an alpha buff to everything nearby, including to tamed creatures. So, like, a wild one is giving the alpha buff to your tames, but also your X golems are giving the alpha buff as well, which is so weird. But when we first saw this, we were like, I mentioned it. You know, like, why is the golem giving the alpha buff? And it was sort of misinterpreted as the golem being an alpha golem, and it was like alpha golem. So that's a bit much, you know. You really an alpha golem? And to an extent, I kind of think I'd like to have alpha golems around. That would be a real, oh no, you know, oh crap moment. That would be something to be afraid of. An alpha golem. I mean, golems are already a bit of a, you know, sort of a mild panic, should we say. An alpha version? A tree up there, so... Is it that one? Yeah, that's one. But yeah. Like, at the end of the day, Ark is... Like, it's hard as a player. For any game, not just Ark. Because we all have different things that we want to see. We all feel like it should be a certain way. And really, it's up to the devs what they want to do, you know. If they have a vision for the game... Like, if you were a game dev, and you came up with a game concept, and you thought, this is what I want my game to be. This is what I'm aiming for. You know, this is what the idea I've got in my head, and you start doing it, and all the players go, I don't like that. Change it. Well, you've got two options. You either stick to your guns, you make the game you wanted to make, you make it the way you want it to be, so, you know, like, as easy or hard as you like, you know, the story goes the way you want it, all these things. And risk your players leaving because they don't like it that way. Or you change it. You abandon your design and you go with what your community is asking for. And I don't really know which I think is the better play there. But that's the thing with Ark at the moment. People play for so many reasons. Some of us play because we really like dinosaurs. Some play because they really like the building system. Some play because they like PvP. Some play because they like PvE. There's so many subsets of players and what the player's main focus is on. That the community is never going to agree on what we want for the game. And we all have ideas that we think would make the game more enjoyable, but it makes the game more enjoyable for us. Doesn't necessarily mean it makes the game better, or that it makes it enjoyable for everyone else. So it's kind of hard to say what the game needs. I would love to see more alphas. You know, essentially almost like little roaming mini bosses. I'd love to see more of them. I'm trying to think. What was... They have added new alphas over time. Each map added a new alpha type, didn't it? Kind of. Scorched added the alpha deathworms and the alpha wyverns. Aberration added alpha basilisks, alpha carcinos. Was there alpha reapers, or is that my imagination? There's at least 2 new alphas there. Extinction, I don't think added any, because there wasn't a lot of new creatures on Extinction, was there? Gen 1 and Gen 2 I don't think added new alphas in ASE, but we've got the Alpha Octopus at least. So that's new. But yeah, so they have added some alphas, but not a crazy amount. And then you've got the originals of the Alpha Raptor, Alpha Carno, Alpha Rex, Alpha Mosa, Alpha Tuso, Alpha Meg. So 6 from the island. I wonder how talented map authors will come out of the woodwork with World Creator, given a tool that doesn't use a data center to run. I've always wanted to try and have a crack at map making. I don't know if I like the idea of World Creator being added, because I feel like we're going to get basically spammed with so many unfinished and sort of poor quality maps, that finding a good one is going to become much harder because there's just going to be so many to sift through. I think finding good maps is going to be a nightmare. And I think I've got very few ideas for a map. I've always wanted to make one, but I don't have any like fleshed out ideas. I tend to get a bit bogged down in stupid details. I see Bloodstalker. Like, you know, sort of when designing terrain or whatever, I think, well, why is this here? Why do I, you know, I want to put a canyon on the map. Where do I put it? Why is the canyon there? What purpose does the canyon serve? And it's like, well, that's not necessary. Just make terrain, you know? It doesn't need to have purpose. It could just be there to look cool. But, yeah. Or like, you know, oh, well, let's put a story to the map. What's the reason behind this? Like, I know Bay Plays Games was talking about, you know, we should try and make a snow map together. And I was like, but is it just a map? Like, is it an arc that was always snowy? Was it just designed to be a snowy arc? Or was it a normal arc that malfunctioned and went really cold? It's just like, I'm overthinking it. Just make snow. And yeah, that's one of the problems I get into. But we'll see how it goes. It could be an amazing addition to the game. It could really, like, allow some talent to shine through. All I ever really wanted was some good tutorials for how to make a map. That's it, you know. That's all I ever wanted. Just a good tutorial for how to make a map. You don't mind the position of a game dev that is a terrifying probability to endure? It absolutely, yeah. No question it is. Players will min-max the fun out of a game. They really will. Anything to just get the reward the quickest is what the players will do. You can only imagine what Minecraft and Ark devs have been through. Yeah. Case by case basis, there are some where it's like, okay, the devs are still working on this, it's not complete, and then others where it's like, why did the devs make this dumb decision? And sometimes the dumb decision is because that's what they, you know, that was their vision. It doesn't mean it was good, but, you know, at least they stuck to the game that they wanted to make. Because would you really want to be a game dev? Like, you know, learn and go through all that process and then go, I want to make my own game instead of working for a studio? And immediately someone just tells you, like, you know, no, it sucks, change it. No. Halo Forge was iconic despite most people making it. Yes. Well, I feel like in those days, though, there was less custom content for games. I mean, I used to make maps for... I made maps for Command and Conquer and Counter-Strike and Team Fortress. I used to love making maps, and even made a few mods as well. Which is why I was kind of keen to get into it on Ark, but yeah, it's a lot more complex. A lot more complex. Although I think if you can like learn it and understand it, you can knock stuff out like really quick. Especially with the procedurally generated aspects that Unreal Engine 5 does. I think you can really crank out a map quite quickly. Like, depending on how high you want to polish it. You've been kicked from the server. Why do I keep getting kicked from the server? I'm just looking for a bee. Clearly the wipe did nothing though, because there's still none. Guys, I think I'm going to have to call it a night, honestly. I think I have to get some dinner. It is... God, it's been an hour since I looked at the clock and said it's getting late. It's almost 11 o'clock here. I haven't had food yet. So yeah, I'm going to head back to base and log out. That's the only reason I'm re-logging in. I need to get back to base. Server says no beats for Freyn. Indeed. I'm sorry this has been a bit of a like non-stream really. I've been going for 8 hours and I've done nothing. Really, like we've achieved nothing. Haven't tamed a single thing. I couldn't find any. Like, I found 4 frogs and they were all terrible. I found like 3 basilisks and they were all terrible. We found no beehives. And then I had that one good fish I found that killed itself. So, yeah. Not a great result. But I have had fun chatting. It's why I stream, so that I can, you know, it's the interaction. If I was doing this off stream, I would have stopped hours ago because I would have been bored stiff. But you guys have kept me company, kept me entertained, and I thank you very much for that. But yeah, I'm gonna go and get myself some dinner, finally, and then probably some sleep. Thank you all very much for hanging out. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves somehow through all of this. Don't let the lack of bees put you off. Go tame your own. Maybe you'll find one. Tell me all about it and how easy it was, the first tree you found. I'm going to be seeing giant trees in my sleep. But yeah, thank you again, guys. Take care. I think tomorrow's level up day. I thought it was today. I thought someone said earlier it was today, but apparently it's tomorrow. I'm just basing that on the fact we haven't had it yet. So tomorrow's level up day. So I might stream a little. I might start a little bit later. I don't know, because it won't be until about 9 o'clock. So I won't get much time after level ups. Maybe we take tomorrow off and we just do a really, like, a bigger stream on Thursday. I'll see how I feel tomorrow afternoon. I'm not guaranteeing it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have a think. Maybe I'll spend tomorrow looking for bees off stream. Ugh. And then I'll just do a really quick, like, 30-minute stream if I find a hive. You know? Okay, guys. Thank you very much. I'm going to head off. I'll see you soon. Good night. Take care. Bye!